is my hair doing? Why did I just notice this? What is going on here? I look like fucking Bowser from the Mario movie. This always happens. Fearless! First! Also, sorry if I have a bit of the crazy eyes. I may need to ask for your help with Amos wrangling this week. If you want an excuse to just come over and chill with the puppies. But I'll blabber you in DMs. If you are busy and otherwise doing things, I completely understand. Sorry. Leap on you as soon as you show up like, help me! Help me! That puts you at 2. Oh, mate, I'm sorry you had a shit morning. Well, it would be Friday and Saturday that I would probably need help. Definitely Friday, just because with depth, it would be harder to like take breaks and wrangle Amos. But it'd be kind of similar to last time, like drag you on over, so we can, make sure the dags are chill by the time it kicks in. And Dustin, what and welcome! It is day 2 Slugfest! And today, we're going back in time! Both in terms of discussion and in terms of the game's thematics, because... Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
69 months? Most people would probably do the standard joke about 69, but personally, I like 77, you get techno.
Well, puns, fucking thank you. I legally have to say, guys. But it just struck me that if 69 is the sexy number, 77 is the cuddly spoon number. That's just a good night's sleep. Could be a lover, could be a homie, doesn't matter. That's a good time. I'm going to be thinking about that for the rest of the day. Guys, what and welcome! And Dustin, what and welcome, friend. How are you doing? Welcome to day 2 of Slugfest. I'm not even going to say what I think is going to happen today. But what I can promise you is there's a ton of industry stuff to talk about. Including some stuff that I knew about and can now talk about. And we're going to be playing Daikatana today. We're going to be talking about it, and it's not going to be a roast, right? This isn't like Too Human. It's going to be a discussion of, what happened, how it got there, and, it's a story with a happy ending. It's... As much as parts of today's game are going to be just dreadful, there are also parts to celebrate, and also, the Romeros now have their own lovely little game studio out in Ireland. They're making games that they want to make, as a couple. And I think that's really cool. I think I met I got introduced to their kid at GDC, who also works in the family business, and not in a creepy nepo baby way, but in they actually just wanted to help out, which is fucking cool. Yeah, well, Fearless, I think we're even past post-mortem. I think it's just the usefulness of today is in those that hadn't heard the story of Daikatana. A tale of hubris and developmental hell.
These nuts.
Daikatana these nuts! Daikatana nuts. You know what? I like it. But, in the same breath, as someone who has survived... as someone who has survived a large amount of games industry nonsense, there is also a lot to laugh at with Daikatana. It's just... Today is a history lesson and a good-natured ribbing. However, when talking to one of the people in my block, I was saying what I've got going on today, because they game, but not to the extent that we do. And I was like, oh, well, today we're going for Daikatana. It was like the most 90s game to come out in 2000. And they were like, yeah, I was born in 2002. And I was like, in my head, Daikatana is still the new game by John Romero. So, I died a little bit. Oh, Wolfgrad. Well, glad it was just an easy fix. My hip! Oh. See, the thing is, Jamami, I'm usually fine with the whole passenger. Like, when people try and do the whole, did you know so-and-so came out this many years ago trying to hurt you? I'm like, it's cool. Time's a human construct. Like, but for some reason, just having this person being like, yeah, I was born after Daikatana came out, and I was like, hey!
What hope?
Van Beast, feckin' thank you. That's the 6 years in subs, as somebody pointed out yesterday. 6 fucking years! Also, I'm going to try not to be too manic with your lovely selves today, but I had a very unique combination of, after all the craziness of yesterday, with you lot, and then with all the fire alarm and dog wrangling earlier. Like, I lay down to go to sleep at we'll say a sensible hour. I was out like a light. I started trying to watch the TV show version of Fargo, and all I could tell you is that Martin Freeman sure is in it. Nivalis!
What hope?
6 years!
64 down.
Yeah. I fucking know. And no, Lizzie, I did. I think it was just because, like, I was so worried about River during the fire alarms, because I didn't want to say yesterday because I didn't want to worry you all, but, like, she was shaking so bad. I was like, hey, Fiona, when are you coming back from work? Because I don't think River's okay.
You the other Dune movie is 40 years old.
Oh. Well, okay, so again, Scotty, that doesn't hurt me quite like, I don't know. I guess video games are very so cool to me that's the striking point. But sorry, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Scotty, thank you for undoing Vanderbeest's hard work. Sorry, Asari, Vanbeast, Scotty, and Lizzie and Jamami, Watto and welcome. Yeah, and what's Scotty, with the fact that Stargate is 30 doesn't bother me. What bothers me is we haven't gotten a good Stargate game yet. There's been a few tries, but I had a look at the one that's published by Slytherin, or Slytherin, or however you say it, and every comment is, look, I bought this because I missed Stargate. It's fine. It's not great. Okay! Fucking terrors. Yes, Navalis, the Stargate goals. That was the secret all along. Slugfest is not actually about helping Will not die. It's a secret reboot of Stargate SG-1. Surprise! No, Jamami and everyone, thank you. But sorry, anyway, TLDR was just the craziness of yesterday and looking after River when she was having the worst time. And then walking the baby boy for like 2 hours just waiting for the alarms to stop. Oh yeah, I crashed out. And it meant I woke up with energy and then had coffee. Which is a rare occurrence. No, it's fine, Lance. Old MacGyver himself said he'd do it for 50p and a bag of skips. As long as he doesn't have to do any running or stunts.
Captain on the bridge.
Shame, I didn't have a sword joke ready for today. I'll take a stab at it again later.
Well, you did there. I saw it. And Ehrman, that is 6 years of subs at a tier 3. Years. We're measuring it in years now. It's the fucking subquivocant of it comes in pints.
And my health bar is down to a third.
Yeah. And that's your second one. That's not the same one at the start of the week. That is second form feelers. Thank you all, alright? I will say, if I'm being perfectly honest, the other reason why I probably conked out last night was not fucking worrying about, you know, what I'd have to do if I couldn't have made Rind. Because...
Wait. I got one. No, that won't make the cut.
Ah! Araman, fucking thank you. No, seriously. Thank you all. Alright. And Scotty, the thing that fucked me up is earlier this year, Fiona did a rewatch, and in my head, it's still new Battlestar Galactica. New! Empires have risen and fallen since then. You know? Katie Sackhoff is Lord of the fucking Mandalorians now! Deservedly so, I might add. This is going to be one of those jokes that ends up biting me on the ass, isn't it? Nick runs in and goes, wait, I just got here. Will's rebooting SG-1? I was joking. I feel I need to say that at this point. Lest there be a fucking, you know, Nerdist article. Will Overgone to reboot SG-1. He said it one time in a stream and we believed him. So, okay, sorry, thank you for the bits. I would love to do an anime adaptation of SG-1. I don't think you could do Red Dwarf. And... yeah. Okay, there's a really good video over on Mother's Basement about the anime adaptation of Rick and Morty. And it kinda... Scotty, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. And boss, now you don't have to worry about adverts. Sci-Fi Channel lawyers circle above like sharks. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, that was a Far Cry 3 flashback to the mission where you get locked in like a trunk or something and then you have to swim out of a wrecked ship and there's the perfect sunlight with like sphere of sharks. Ugh. Still freaks me out. Next stretch goal is reboot with Wormhole Extreme. Okay, so Wraith, if, like, joking, right now, if you're like, Will, you get to do one season to reboot Stargate, the opening episode is the SG-1 cast playing the tabletop role-playing game of Wormhole Extreme. I want a post-ascended Daniel Jackson to explain to Teal'c what the male gaze is in, like, the cover art and shit like that. I want Sam to min-max the most bullshit character. And then you go, what is it, Zombie Orpheus, Journey Quest or Gamers, and you have the Wormhole Extreme people playing the campaign. That's my opening gambit. That's episode 1, new SG-1. Boosh. Call me sci-fi, I've got ideas. And Wraith, you do make a good point. Stargate's now with Jazzy Jeffy B. And also the video game rights with Amazon. So, shrug? Apparently they're a homie project with Nexon is doing fucking numbers out of nowhere. Yeah, Throne and Liberty is apparently doing, like, fucking mad numbers right now. Well, okay, and so, sorry, the other bit of my opening gambit is that you use the Wormhole Extreme to kind of reset the story. So, like, you do Wormhole Extremes, like... You do Wormhole Extreme doing the main parts of SG-1 as a franchise, right? The main story beats. I mean, if you wanted to, you could kind of rip on the Avatar episode and have it them watching, like, a marathon of Wormhole Extreme, but I think it would be more fun if you have them actually playing it. So yeah, that's my pitch. Yeah, sorry, all. Thank you kindly. You lot have already gone fucking above and beyond on Slugfest before day one was even over. The fact that you're all doing fucking hype trains after that. Like, you understand the ridiculousness of this. Thank you. Okay, before we get into games news and before we get into talking about an SG-1 reboot, it's so much fun coming up with TV shows when you don't have to actually make them or deal with TV show bollocks. So let me give you the updates on Slugfest so far with my little guy. So yesterday we had a whole day. Only half of it was spent playing as this little dude. And I was mocked shamelessly with, well done, gamer. The initial not die record, the initial goal to not die was beasted before I had time to even consider, like, other goals. So I beasted goal 1 and goal 2. I was literally dehydrated from crying yesterday, which I haven't been in a long time. What does that mean? Well, 1, it means that I am not going to have to freak out about rent this month, and hopefully next month. And next month. Touch wood, touch wood. It's me being superstitious. You know, never talk in absolutes when it comes to money, right? What does this mean for you? It means that I will have to redo the Hot Pepper Gaming Challenge. We'll be doing an homage, if you will. But instead of Rome 2, it's going to be Rain World. And I will ask Deus if he can help me with the edit on that one, because I want to make it look good, you know. As you can tell by the totals already, we've kicked serious fucking ass. So, thank you all. As I said a lot yesterday, I did not expect us to get to this point, and I certainly didn't expect us to beat any of the goals until 2 Human on Saturday. It is Wednesday, it is day 2, I don't know what this week's going to turn into. What I will say is that if we hit goal 4, I have to do a stream of Sneaking, the Burger King stealth 'em up game, based on Burger King's bizarre marketing adventures. Following goals are Sadistic Hollow Knight Randos, the Hot Ones Challenge, but it's Dino Nugs instead of chicken wings, and the impossible goal is the Tattoo and the Tattoo, i.e. a Longship art contest. The winner goes on my flesh. But also, it means I get to get a tattoo moment. All of these have like a little, like, something that's good for Will. You know, the first 2 goals were Will gets to survive. And for the 3rd goal, I get to buy myself a nice bottle of gin. So that's going to be my little treat. Well, I said, Dice Goddess, that's if we hit, like, final super total. I do not think that will happen, but I will stay to my word. I will stay true to my word if it does. Alright. Now, the tattoo in question will probably go on me leg. Just because that's where the most amount of pasty flesh is. But yeah. Oh, also, friends, I completely forgot. My apologies. So one of the other things that has happened is that the Longship is going to get to choose a game I stream for a day. This will be decided by all of you lot with the mod team. Like, basically, the mod team are going to work out how we choose it. I will not be involved. The only rules I'm saying is that it cannot be something that will get me banned on Twitch. But anything else is on the table, alright? So, that's the current state of Slugfest. I should make a graphic with all of the goals on. I haven't had time. Like, the reason why I feel a little bit over-energized today is I actually slept, but I slept because I passed the fuck out early. So yeah. What's happening today? Today we are playing Daikatana. And it is simultaneously going to be a discussion and kind of a celebration of, like, you know, the end of the 90s style of games development. And it's also going to be fucking torturous as soon as I have to deal with the co-op companions. Sorry, that is a discussion with the rest of the Longship. I am not allowed to have input because I don't want to jank the outcome in my favour. But once the mod team have worked out how to do it, we'll have a proper announcement in Discord and stuff like that. So don't worry, friends. You know, you will be heard. You lot... Yo!
Smash.
You smashed that 69. Although now I just see 77 as gentle spooning. I like it. Oh, Scotty, VR will be off the table just because we're going to be moving... Well, okay. There's a lot of stuff happening around the flat the next, like, month and change. I don't know when Fiona is moving out, so I don't want to promise something that's going to involve setting things up until we're all, like, set and we know what's happening. Real life shark fishing then. No, Valen, you can't afford that. You can't afford that. The decimal place is going to do some weird jumps before that's even in the ballpark. I'm not saying that I don't have a price. I'm saying that when it comes to actually being around physical sharks, I'm saying I'm out of your price range. Oh, and sorry. So technically, this little slug cat doesn't have a name, but it's referred to as Inv, or Inv, or however you want to say it. INV is what it's become colloquially known as. So this is this cute little guy. This is the character we were trying to play as yesterday, but y'all kept me fucking crying. And this is like the comedy campaign. It's non-canonical, it's not part of the story, and it is fucking brutal. Ah, Blue Boss, it's you. After it all, it's still you. So okay, those are all the updates on Slugfest. Jackie Foxbot, like, thank you. If you've got any questions about Slugfest, please ask away. It feels very surreal to have hit the main goals before the first of 5 streams is over. So all I'm thinking now is I gotta earn it. Anything that you'll throw in, it's still going to go on bills and keeping the Longship afloat. And whoever was asking, like, you're going to tell us next time before it gets to that point. Yo, I fired up my flare when I needed help. I promised you all I would tell you when I needed help, and I did. And you all brought the thunder way more than I could have been expecting. So, just thank you. Will we have our first Fred Durst collab stream at the end of the week? After seeing him in I Saw the TV Glow, I'm so close to fucking emailing him and being like, do you wanna play Sea of Thieves? Fred Durst? Frederick Durstington? What's the worst he's gonna do? Ignore me? That's fine. But yeah, if you have any questions about Slugfest, how's it going, what everything's going to be going to, please ask, alright? I have no qualms. I understand that it's fucking hard for everybody right now, and to justify it to myself, to my own little heart, like, I want to be super transparent about everything, you know? To ask for funds to keep going, especially in 2024, that's how I have to do it. It's not on you. You know, I don't feel like I'm bullied into destroying myself. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of, you know, Oh!
I'm doing my part.
I even heard that in the Starship Troopers voice. Ludo, thank you. Seriously. Okay. Anyway. So, Ludo and Jackie, you fucking legend. Thank you. Sorry. So the TLDR of why Slugfest is happening was basically I got COVID for my birthday, and then right after that was PAX, and then right after that we had a lot of things going on simultaneously, and looking after the puppers ended up being more than I could handle. Like, I love these dogs with my whole heart, but I wasn't able to work and look after them at the same time for a bunch of days, and there's no such thing as PTO when you're a streamer. So that's why I've been doing Slugfest. This is me, this is me asking for help. But I mean, we're already kicking so much ass. Now, back to the day. And again, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask. So, games news. Who wants to throw shoes at Cloud Imperium? There's a lot going on, but I think I just want to start by saying a great big fuck you to the millionaire wank stains that own Cloud Imperium. And I know that seems mean. But one of the things about being in the games industry is shared empathy, right? Once you've been in it, once you've been in long enough to ship a title, or even earlier than that, like, being in video games is great, but it's hard. And like a lot of other industries, you develop this shared empathy for other people in the same space. And the other thing is that the games industry is massive, but it's also tiny. It is paradoxical in its size. Like, we all fucking know each other. And so one of the things that's been really hard is knowing the state of things behind the scenes over at Cloud Imperium. But it's all been, friendly aid stuff and things that I would never share. Today, Insider Gaming, a site that hasn't been on my radar really, published excerpts from an internal email at Cloud Imperium informing the staff that they would be shifting to a 7-day work week. So where they were doing 4 and 1 remote, they're now doing 7. And okay, I'm going to give you the link because, like I said, Insider Gaming is not on my radar. So giving them some clicks is definitely going to help out Tom Henderson, who broke the news on this one. But the email doesn't say, all right, we need you to be coming in. It says, it's like a series of bullet points. Hang on, I'll show you here. So it's the company mandate. So mandate 1, all staff to be in the office on Friday, October 4th and Friday, October the 11th. Typically, a work from home day. All right. I don't like that, but fine. But this is where it ends up being. All staff are to be in the office Saturday the 5th, Saturday the 12th. Wait, hang on. And then the last one. All staff are to be at work on Sunday, October 6th and Sunday, October 13th. Wait a second. Did you just split it into 3 parts that you're now working every day of the week with no break? Ha! Oh, and here's the fun one. They're getting 12 hours overtime per week, which they will be able to do which they will be allowed after Squadron 42 ships. So you work 2 extra days a week plus overtime, and you get, it's like a day and change of time in lieu, but you can only use that time in lieu after it's shipped, where, let's be fucking honest, unless this does bombastic, probably gonna fucking downsize, aren't they? Now, one thing I was saying earlier today is you've got to understand the UK games industry is, again, it's very close-knit, and it's, in the past, pre-2024, been a little bit more stable than other regions. But the downside about the UK games industry is that a lot of the big studios just make you feel like you're a worthless piece of shit. They're really good at making you feel like you're just a cog in the machine and you could be replaced anytime. Like, I don't know if that's the same in big AAA over here in the US or in other places, but I can tell you that, like, it's been a commonality that all of the big UK studios just make you feel small and worthless. Like, one thing that has still stuck with me was how, like, the Alien Isolation team were not treated like a proper superstar AAA dev. Hey, baby boy. That River's already sleeping there. Don't be a dick. You can lie on the floor if you want, but don't be a knob-end. No, he's going to go back and sleep on the couch some more. But yeah, the Alien Isolation team and the Creative Assembly team were treated like B-tier replaceable minions. And then I would go out to like GDC and places like that, and people would be amazed at what we did. And like, at this point, I do not mind saying, like, I got paid fuck all at CA because I was a QA that got promoted. So they didn't give me a community manager salary, they gave me a promoted QA salary. Isn't that so wonderful? So yeah, I only mention that because if you wonder why Cloud Imperium are letting this happen, this is why. You know, why haven't they all unionized and gone on strike? The mentality probably doesn't, like, from the vibes I'm getting is like everyone's been kind of siloed and isolated. It's not like one big group together. Everybody is very spread out. So yeah, that was the big thing from this morning, which I've been, you know, I will say, been aware of it, and now that it is out there, we can talk about it. But what's so fucked up about this is that this isn't for a launch. The team is crunching to meet deadlines for CitizenCon, their own in-house convention. Which, you know who knew about this convention? The people organizing it. The very same company. Like, it's not like this team suddenly got a superstar opportunity to be on, like, the main stage of Summer Games Fest, or, I don't know, Tokyo Game Show's headliner. Nah, it's their own convention! And so Fearless, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily, that the siloing at places like Cloud Imperium isn't necessarily anti-union, it's just dickish. Like, it's a disregard for the peoples. Yes, it does work to stop, but I don't think it's as malicious as it is just dumb bad. So yeah, boo these guys! Boo! No amount of imaginary spaceships. And here's the thing, like, these peeps aren't on RevShare, and they're being offered the most basic time in lieu, which they can't even take until Squadron 24 ships. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, we will be seeing a lot more stuff coming out about the state of Squadron 42 and Cloud Imperium, because putting people on mandatory, like, I think in total it's going to be 18 to 20 days, just mandatory, like, 20-day crunch. The shit's going to leak. You can't fuck people over that badly and not expect them to email Jason Schreier or what have you. And what will come of that? I don't know. You know, Star Citizen's user base is a weird one. And as we've talked about, it's sometimes very hard these days to get a real view for how a community feels from the outside. Because there's two kind of camps that I've heard describe the vibe around Star Citizen from a consumer standpoint. One is, it's basically, it's NFTs, it's game stonks. It is a people that have invested thousands upon thousands of dollars into something before it's ready, on the hope that it's going to. And at this point, all the people that had a calm and normal vibe about this game have pretty much dropped out of the community. And the people left they are committed. They have sunk cost fallacy. They have that, like, this has to be the best game ever. And any voices against this are obviously, you know, trying to undermine the greatness of this creation. The other is that the user base around it is kind of happy to trudge along on the Never Never, and that no one's really chomping at the bit for Squadron 42. And like, I'm not deep enough in the trenches of Star Citizen to give you an accurate read of what that situation's like, but I think both are viable. Like, it's worth noting that like when did we get the Squadron 42 trailer? I was about to say. Okay, so the first trailer was 5 years ago. The cinematic teaser... Wait, no, what? No, that can't be right. Okay, so according to the Star Citizen wiki, Squadron 42 begun development in 2012. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know when officially it begun. Oh, and Square Peg. Okay. It's nice to get that kind of vibe from it, you know? Okay, sorry. Now, like, I worked with some people who left Cloud Imperium after the big Kickstarter explosion. And there was definitely something back in, like, I want to say, like, 2014, 2015, where Cloud Imperium was not ready for the amount of success it received. And I believe they shifted from CryEngine to Unreal, but I might be hallucinating that. I know they did an engine shift, which pissed off a lot of internal people. But... Oh, and just very, very quickly, so Ketterall, I'm not sure the state of Cloud Imperium's investment, but it's not like a C-suite standard. The peeps running it were already, like, fucking millionaires. You know, they were the epitome of when the owners show up in Lambos, it's time to worry. They are the individuals for whom that used to be pointed at. But, like, I'm not against long, like... Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not against long, protracted development. Like, that's fine. You know, there are a lot of, like, everything games that sit in early access for a long time, and that's fine. The concept of the everything space game is not something that someone is just going to release, right? But the point where I care is when the people making it are being treated like shite and garbage years after. And the thing is, Star Citizen is still making bank on pre-sales of ships. It's still making stupid money. So why is everybody being ground into a fine powder? Oh, and my apologies. I've been informed that they shifted to the CryEngine, which is fucking insane. Look, the CryEngine is gorgeous, and if you have a squad of people who have already been working on the CryEngine, you can make gorgeous things. It is not good for a lot of situations. It is very tricky when it comes to like multiplayer, and it is not maintained and developed in the same manner as Unreal has been and things like that. Okay. Sorry, you know what? I should have Googled it instead of assuming. My apologies, friends. But Scotty is saying that they're using Lumberyard. So Lumberyard is a fork of CryEngine that was going to be Amazon's game engine. It's not good. Okay, so yeah. They went from CryEngine to Lumberyard, which is a fork of CryEngine, then to StarEngine, which is again a custom fork. Alright. I mean, the problem of all that was, like, the CryEngine outputs things that are gorgeous. And it's, for certain parts of it, it's way ahead of its time. But it's still, to work with it is like working with, like, a homebrew engine. You know, it's got weird quirks, it's got fucking strange, undocumented bizarreness. And you've got to know what to do with it to make it do the thing. I wouldn't want to try and create something with the level of scope and scale that they are, something that requires so much, like, generational knowledge. But that's just me! Anyway, so, TLDR, this is a shout out more to the homies than anything else. You know, the peeps currently surviving Cloud Imperium. God, if you lot could... If the team could strike... God, that would be amazing. I'm just saying, like, 2 weeks before CitizenCon, whole team downs tools and walks. Yeah, those millionaires wouldn't look so powerful after that. This is how you can tell I've been living in the US for a while. My immediate response is... oh, what? You did? It's a 6-year tier 3 button. It's a lot of missiles. That's the missiles, and more missiles. Baron, fucking thank you. How was your Wednesday? Watto and welcome! Solidarity forever. Okay, but I think that's all that really is to be saying about that one. I think that the situation for Cloud Imperium is going to get worse before it gets better. But the situation for the people inside will hopefully get better. So what else has been going on? Tim Sweeney's talking out of his pee hole. The Palworld developers have signed an agreement with Krafton to try and bring Palworld to mobile. I would assume these announcements are to try and get things moving as quick as possible before the Nintendo suit comes down. It's much harder to pull a game once it's out there in the world. Kind of like similar to what Dark and Darker have been doing. We talked about the Epic royalty fees yesterday. I am once again amazed that people are surprised Pika-Face when the Nintendo lawyers come after modern hardware emulation. Okay, so there's 2 bits of Nintendo news that dropped today, and one of them is kind of like alright, I understood. I understoom, which is like understanding and being doomed. I understoom this. The first one was a Nintendo Switch emulator. Nintendo lawyers emailed the person making it and went, stop. And the person went, alright, we cool. Like, don't fuck with Nintendo. You all don't understand how... But the other one is a guy on YouTube who's been doing, like, reviews and promotion for those dodgy handhelds that are on sale on Amazon and Temu and shit like that. That are, like, pre-bundled emulation packages with ROMs built in. You know, piracy. Apparently Nintendo's not ready to take on Amazon just yet. But, you know, this guy's whole YouTube channel was reviewing those and promoting them. And Nintendo have hit him from orbit. Not enough to bring his whole channel down, but, well, I guess we should call it more of a warning shot. Like a shot across the bow. Now, like, obviously, on Twitch.television, we would never, ever, 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 ever condone video game piracy. these kinds of handhelds have existed for ages. Somewhere around here, I have one I got given at GDC. But it was like a fucking giveaway. But one of the things that I think people have forgotten is that even though promotion of these things has become rampant, like, TikTok doesn't give a fuck, alright? Temu is based out of China. Like, Nintendo would be pulling teeth to try and go after that because it's not one product, it's shitloads of products and shitloads of tiny companies. But an individual promoting those is a target Nintendo can go after, and they will. Like, they never forgave the world for the R4 card. Now again, I'm not saying Nintendo are good and the YouTuber is in the wrong, right? But there's a... Alright, we've talked about this a lot. When it comes to emulation and mods and all of this stuff, there is a decorum. And that decorum is there for a reason. Oh, Fearless, so the R4 card was an emulator for the Game Boy Advance. It was a little cartridge with a USB plug-in, and you could just lock it in, and you could put Game Boy Advance games, Game Boy Classic games, the whole shebang on there. There was a DS version. It's also the reason why the 3DS was region-locked. Now again, friends, we would never ever condone this or the use of piracy on Twitch.television. But these things do exist. Like, none of us here would ever condone the use of any of this stuff. But the thing I keep coming back to is, like, back in the day, the agreement with emulation was, don't fucking talk about it, don't post about it online. You know? And I feel like there is a generation coming up that hasn't encountered that. You know, emulation grew from the homebrew scene, people wanting to see if they could. You know, back when you couldn't just buy one of those physical cartridge runners, lol. You know, the retro what's-its, you know, where you could just plug in the cartridge, plug that into your telly, and it'll play anything, or on your PC and what have you. You know, when backwards compatibility was pretty much Nintendo's own, like, Nintendo's bag. Yes, you do not bookmark Pirate Bay, you don't talk about Fight Club. Exactly, Fearless. And we'd never do illegal substances here, but we also wouldn't talk about it. It's the same vein. And it's weird that this decorum has been forgotten, and people are looking very surprised Pika face when it happens. And it amuses me greatly that Surprise Pikachu is the default response. So, it's just something that's struck me, you know? I would never ever tell any of you to acquire like a PlayStation Vita and then upload your own homebrew OS to it, turning it into like possibly one of the most powerful little emulation handhelds you can get. I would never tell you to do that. You know what, Angelos, that is a good point. Like, we do put a lot more on our... We do put a lot more of ourselves online. Okay, this is going a bit hard. Alright, switch over to Knuckles. There we go. Sup, Knuckles. What do you mean your real name isn't Angelos? What the fuck? Yeah. Well, and Scotty, I think it's because we don't really talk about the whole... Do you ever think to yourself, what would Perpetro, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors, do? Well, as an ex-Blood Angel, I hope choke on his own farts in his suit. Sorry, there is an incredibly funny individual on TikTok who's been doing, is it Edna from The Incredibles? Edna roasting Primarchs. and it has been giving me fucking life all week. It's so good. No, Baron, you're the person I got it from. Apparently that person is like somewhere in the greater Washington region. And they seem really fucking cool. But you know, jumping back. It's been really cool that we've reached this point now where whatever your enthusiasm is, you can find your audience. You know, if you're super into rare, unknown JRPGs, you can make a video about that on YouTube and find your audience. You know, Warhammer lore videos, fucking, you know, strange deconstructions of internet drama from the 90s. I come across one channel that was like, what was it? It was the Twitter Hall of Fame. Great moments in Twitter history. And that's great. One thing that's fascinating, though, is that the misunderstanding that the deep dive on certain elements means that everything is fair game. And I feel like, I don't know. I remember back when Vice was still a big thing, how they would be very clever about how they went talking about, you know, things like, you know, the devil's lettuce. They did a whole series of cooking recipes on how to distill your own mint oil from mint leaves, and then how to make mint brownies. Like ways to make sure the distribution of the batter was like even and stuff like that. They were teaching people how to safely make their own fucking, you know, edibles. But at no point did they ever break the, I don't want to say the facade. They never broke they never stepped over the line where it was libel, right? Libel's the wrong word. You know what I'm saying. Emulation's always sat in a similar vein. Like, there are certain emulators you can talk about in certain ways, and it's totally fine and okay. But if you start talking about a handheld piece of kit that will emulate currently available for sale hardware, then you are painting a big old target on your back. And the only thing that is keeping you from getting obliterated by lawyers is how big you are. And like, it's almost the opposite of plan for success. If you make a tiny little YouTube video about some dodgy hardware you bought off Temu that plays, I don't know, Nintendo games that haven't even been made yet, if no one sees it, you're fine. But what happens if it does? You can't control whether or not one of your videos does go viral. I should know because my phone's been on fire since Monday. Because Bacon sent me a meme, I posted it on TikTok, and now it's at 500,000 views. Sorry, 250,000 views. And I don't know what to do with it. What I will say is the amount of people who have like emotional damage from Kingdom Hearts 1, way more than I thought. Monetize that shit. I forget what you... I don't think I have enough people following me to turn that on. And honestly, I wouldn't. TikTok's my happy place. I'm still just going to make dumb videos where I get drunk and sing fucking Chapel Roan or post my Gundams or what have you. But anyway. Yeah, Scotty, the old chipped PlayStations. And I guess that kind of neatly leads us into where we're going to be going today. Like, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, right? You know, the history of emulation isn't really discussed in its entirety. Because, like, there's loads of little things people don't know. Oh, Megaboss! Lovely to see you. Have a fucking great night. Well, Megaboss, regardless, I am just happy to natter and hang out, alright? No one is under any obligation to chuck in for Slugfest, alright? But jumping back, so one of the things that was really interesting is the legalities around especially 8 and 16-bit hardware was based on old concepts. The idea that, you know, if you bought a physical record in a store you were allowed to make a copy of it for yourself, but you weren't allowed to share it with others. You know, the old don't copy that floppy. And that's kind of where emulation grew out, because there was nothing around the hardware and the emulation of it that was protected, because no one even thought about the idea that someone would make a digital SNES and then run it on their PC. Like, that idea hadn't been considered. However, as games hardware became more and more successful, certain parts of it were protected. So for the PlayStation, as in the PS1, the BIOS of the PS1, I always get the wording wrong, but it is protected. I can't remember if it's patented or copywritten or what have you, because the specifics do matter, and now my brain is failing to give me the specifics to give to you. But the point being is that you can emulate PlayStation hardware. Okay, it is copyright. Sagan, thank you. I'm so glad to have a classic console homie here, just in case I get shit wrong. But the PlayStation hardware is fair game for emulation, but the BIOS is copywritten. So, in theory, if you want to emulate a PS1, what you need to do is you get everything together, you hook up your PS1 and flash that BIOS onto your machine, and then you're fine. Because that's the BIOS of the console that you bought. But it means if you are running a PlayStation emulator, just that good old-fashioned PS1, and it works out of the box, you are using a BIOS that you don't own. Similar to playing a game that you haven't purchased, right? Like, I would never stream emulated gameplay, but if I did, I would physically own the cartridge. So in the event that someone went, oi, fucko, I could go, don't worry, put it right here. You know, one of the reasons why I got a physical cartridge for, you know, the Turtles charity event was for that exact reason. Because then, at least as the old laws are written, I am somewhat covered. But again, if Nintendo were like, or, you know, every single one of the Turtles decided, oi, fucko, I wouldn't really have much of a leg to stand on. Now, obviously, I played it off the original cartridge, obviously. But again, if I had, these things are fluffy. But I would also say, and this might be a little bit of old man showing, that I think the shift to YouTube and then streaming kind of changed people's perceptions on, like, the legalities of video games. Now, I know you know this, but I'm just going to say it for clarity of future VODs and whatnot. Technically, none of us should be streaming video games, unless we have an licensing agreement from the original, like, from the dev team or the publisher. Now, that's not a thing that anyone does. Why? Because games companies have decided that it's far more beneficial to have that, like, you know, not parasitic. Why am I not thinking of the good version of that? Not codependent? Fuck. God damn it, brain. Good word, what meaning work together like? Symbiotic. Friends, don't drink gin. You lose words. But the symbiotic relationship between YouTubers, streamers, and video game creators is that the people who make streams like this or YouTube videos or what have you, they basically give you free promotion. And in exchange, games companies don't sue them into oblivion. But again, if somebody wanted to, they probably could. Now, it would be quite hard because they would have to prove in a court of law that they didn't know this was happening and only now were stepping in, which would be very difficult. But again, if you have enough money, anything is legal, right? I always feel like I have to say that when people start talking about fair use. I'm like, it's fair, so long as whoever has the most money decides it's fair. Wraith, it's a do as I say, not as I do kind of situation. Wraith was just saying, friends, don't drink gin, says a man with plans to buy and drink more gin. Yeah, Jackie, and everything is legal as long as you get away with it. But within the instance of what we're talking about, that might not actually be the case. And I think that's the way to look at it with emulation and support of. It's not legal if you get away with it, you just haven't been noticed.
If a law has a fine, it's a poor person's law.
Yes. Dari was saying that big VTuber companies in Japan, like HoloLive, do actually get permission for their games individually. After Capcom almost destroyed a bunch of their channels. Yeah. Like, I do remember with Atlas titles, when they were like, you are not allowed to stream past this certain point. And people were like, yeah, whatever, what are they going to do? What they did was they started issuing takedowns like it was going out of style. And again, I am not saying the games companies are right for doing that. It's just the reality of it. You know, in the ideal mystical world, you should have access to all games. And all of your favorite game creators should be able to live a nice, comfortable life just making the games. You know, that's the Star Trek future, right? It's not the world we live in. You know, I am very much pro emulation so long as it is fair and within the confines of the law and not breaking copyright. Mr. Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, alright, let's imagine. Now, this is a hypothetical situation. Let's imagine that there is a game that you fucking love. I mean, you love it to a near unhealthy amount. You have played through it maybe like anywhere from like 4 to 10 times in your life. It was released on a doomed piece of hardware. A piece of hardware so doomed that the game you love, in fact, only sold 10,000 copies worldwide. Was never released in America because the hardware died as it was about to get its US release. Like, and you love this game in its entirety. You'd love to be able to play it with more people. You'd love to craft a community all your own around it, right? But there's nothing to be done. What if, in theory, there was an emulator that not only allowed you to play it anywhere throughout your life, but also potentially have an online experience with other people? Purely hypothetical, of course. Like, the idea that a game can just disappear in its entirety before its time is so heartbreaking. I see Jackie's on an Iron Warriors kicker. Once again, Blood Angels. Everything starts to look a little bit like Horus when you're talking about heresy. But yeah. As a giant robot fan, there are lots of games that would fall into that hypothetical category I was talking about. And I'd love to see them all succeed. But again, we can't support the devs of those games anymore. The hardware, gone. The company that made the game, gone. But it's like, the love is still there. You know? It's also worth noting that Abandonware sits very much in a similar vein, but again, I think you all know this. The idea that a game that has no company to protect it or represent it, that is technically... Oh no, it's not technically. It's absolutely piracy still to download it without buying it, but there's no one left to protect it or to seek legal damages. So Abandonware sites basically operate on this idea, and I find them fascinating. I will say, I do like teams like Night Dive that not only acquire these IPs, but also are also looking to update and make them more accessible. And honestly, the fascinating thing about emulators is they are predominantly made by fans, or, you know, people as like technical challenges or passion projects. Like, the Sega Saturn emulation scene is fueled by, how do we emulate this fucking piece of shit hardware? The Saturn is not a piece of shit, it's just that it was one of the most messily designed consoles. Like, it is the orcish duct tape 3 engines together of games consoles and has taken decades to emulate properly. Even now, there's still weird fuckery with it. I love that. But yeah, as I said, there's not any games that I would ever consider to be in that category of lost greatness, only to be emulated and shared with friends. Oh yeah, and Phyllis, that's a good point. Like, in terms of games preservation, it is amazing that stuff like Abandonware does such a good job of it. I love it. But again, I would never ever condone piracy on Twitch.television. But yeah, sorry, the thing I was saying about the symbiotic relationship in terms of like streamers and companies has kind of led to this, I feel like this idea that, oh well, if I just talk about it, it's fine. I don't know. And Ozine, I don't know if they ever could, but if they could, it would be lovely. You know, the idea that if there's no one around to claim ownership of a piece of art, it becomes public. But in the same breath, I'd never want to see my friend's work taken away from them because their company got shut down, right? You know. But that's another story. And you know what? Sorry, Jamami made a really good point, which is games companies can be morally wrong, and the people poking the legal bear can be incredibly stupid at the same time. Also, Fat Bear Week's coming. Bookworm, I had played Chip's Challenge. I never beat the first one, and I beat the second one, but only because I replayed it as an adult. Every time I see the robot chicken skit of the memory game, that's basically Chip's Challenge. Oh, Baron beat the first one. Fuck yeah. Of course I played Ski Free, the original survival horror. I think my personal best was 17 minutes being chased by the abominable snowman. Fucking Yeti. Scary ass shit. There's loads of skits about it online, but it always makes me laugh if they're being like, hey, we made this really, really cool skiing game for Windows 3.1. We got a problem. We don't know how to end our runs. What should we do? Have the player go past a big crowd? No. Have the player go through like a huge gates that say you win? No. Oh, I've got it! What if we create fucking nightmare fuel stick figure Yeti that will chase down the player and fucking eat them? Dice says my favorite game is getting a remaster and a bundle release. Ooh, which one's that? Oh, and I should say, I'm always happy to hear about people's favorite games. My thing is, don't ask me to stream your favorite game, because I might be very honest about it. Luna 2, way cool. I recently found out that the game I used to play at school on the computers there was Luna Lander for the Acorn computer. Stream Phantom Crash, you coward. I don't know if I can. And Ozine, I haven't streamed Deus Ex, but we did stream the Cassandra Project, which was a Deus Ex mod made by Kieran Gillen, one of my favourite writers. And a fucking cool guy. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Yes, it is. It's backwards compatible on the 360. Shit. Sadlin. Shit. What if somebody had a 360... Don't look at the squig. Don't look at the squig. He's not in this shot. He doesn't have any lines in this play. What if someone had a 360 ready to go? I still need to hook up the capture card, but I'll probably do that tomorrow. And Ozine, you know what? That's fair. Deus Ex isn't too bad for streaming, but the combat is a lot of trial and error that's not as fun to watch as it is to play. It's not as kinetic as something like, Deathloop or stuff like that, which is a dumb, stupid, obvious thing to say, because everybody learned from Deus Ex. And that kind of neatly leads us into what we're going to be talking about today. Today, we are playing Daikatana. And this will simultaneously be a really good discussion of classic games and classic like game design philosophy. It's a tale of hubris and always be checking your marketing, yo. Always check your marketing. So that way you don't know. You can make sure the marketing team hasn't used your name to call everyone a bitch. But also, this is the Jurassic Park Trespasser of FPS. Like, it's a mess. But it was grasping for something that we've now hit upon. And I genuinely believe, aside from the racist stereotypes, that if we sat down today and remade Daikatana from scratch, we could make an incredible game. Well, Orzine, again, once the mod team have decided how we're gonna pick the Longshipian game, and yes, Wraith, also a lesson, always have a backup. Deus Ex saved Ion Storm when Daikatana flopped. Yeah, you know, Ion Storm Austin saved Ion Storm. But it's also like, I don't know. The other thing is that we're going to be talking about Daikatana a lot today. And hang on, if we're going to start talking about Daikatana, let me update the game category, and I should probably tell people we're playing it. Oh shit, we are the only people streaming Daikatana on twitch.tv. Let's go! Angela says, what are the chances that John Romero has Google Alert for this exact moment? I don't know. What time is it in Ireland? Because that's literally... like half midnight. What are the It's more the case of, what are the chances that John is awake at, 12:30 at night? Sorry, I'm just doing the usual Facebook, Twitter, Blue Sky post. Sorry. Also why I don't have my the tweets up. I do enjoy Blue Sky a lot. I don't spend as much time on there, like, discussing as I'd like to, just hours in a day. But I love Blue Sky's, like, actual chronological timeline. I love it. But occasionally, I had to see a whole ass pair of boobies and a wobbly dong, which I did not expect because some of my friends are very thirsty and they retweet. And Quasi-Watto and welcome. Angela says, you can turn nudity off. To which I say, what do you think I am? A fucking coward. That's why I like Blue Sky. It's like roulette. I also never open it on stream. Just spin that dice. What's it going to be? An interesting industry takedown? Angelos discussing their cutie patootie little danger noodle? Or a whole ass pair of boobies? Who knows? Welcome to Blue Sky. Okay, but I will show you... Yeah, no, this is fair, but I will show you this. This is what was beneath it. It is... It is Bleem with "These colors don't run." Are you patriotic? Hell yes, I am. I need to get a Bleem flag. Okay. Okay, so let's get Daikatana set up. There's going to be a little bit of Fafamancy, which we do need to discuss, just because just to get it playing nice with modern hardware, I installed one of the one of the quality of life mods, and it's really cool. But there's a lot of choices, and we need to decide how authentic we're going to make the gameplay, and or how much we're going to embrace the quality of life. All the lovely additions that people have added. Any moment now. Let me pause my smooth jams. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah! How's that for a slice of fried gold? Oh, it's very loud. Let me turn that down. Damn, that's loud. That sure is a UI. We used to be a real nation of gamers. When I said I wanted a UI, this is what I got. Look how far we have fallen. Simplification? Ease of user experience? Nah, I want a robot skull unfurling. And I want, like check it out. These are actual little, 3D pieces. Okay, I'm gonna go for borderless just in case. There we go. So, okay. It's a little bit better. Oh, sorry, my mistake. The lightning sound effects were also part. Yeah, mouse pointer, pre-rendered 3D GIF. Sorry, pre-rendered 3D assets into a flat, spinning image. Love it. Zenro says this feels like the era of over-the-top settings menus that died. Yo, we forget how good some of those DVD splash screens were. Whoa. Okay, Scotty. This didn't have an FOV slider.
Want to hear a joke about the weight of a shipment of Japanese radishes? Well, let me tell you all about daikon tonnage.
All about daikon tonnage. Good. Oh, sorry about this, friends. Oh, what is going on? Oh, my apologies. It's being a little bit grumpy at me. Sorry, as always, I'm also wrangling a whole bunch of other stuff at the same time. So I'm just... Okay, now we're good. God damn it, old soup place. God damn it. So, Dustin, thank you kindly. Okay, so yeah, before we get started, just a few kind of ground rules for Daikatana. One, this game came out in 2000, and it was already a very, very overstretched development. There are some parts of this that are unintentionally really hard to deal with. There are going to be some awful faux Asian accents that border on racist, there are going to be some, like, second wave anime weeb type nonsense. What the fuck?
I can't play the game yet. As someone who is always one bad mental health day away from things imploding,
What
these
the
streams really help. There's your justification, you numpty. Anyway, 100%.
What the shit? What the shit? What the fuck? But, okay, I guess I'm gonna put it back to windowed. Yeah, and that's goal 4. What the fuck? Now I'm gonna update. What the fuck? I was like, all right. Slugfest has quieted down. Slugfest has slowed down. All right, now we can do Daikatana flavored nonsense. This is what it looks like to be wrong in real time. Okay, firstly, how dare, and Nick, you can pass this on, how dare Fire Song be correct? This is what I get for thinking. Story of my life. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm just gonna try and sort this before I... Fucking you! Fuck! Did that show up on camera? I just shot my pen. Oh, my word. Oh, good. Oh, good. What the Sorry, Jamami. Holy shit on a handbag. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, you did that and all I did was scream in your ear and curse. I'm so sorry. Fuck. What the fuck? Fuck off, Nick. Oh my god! Sorry, Nick threw in while I'm processing this. This is a very weird Kickstarter, but I'm here for it. I hope we unlock the ability to customize our will. I'm here for the Roman outfit. God, should put fucking Roman outfit on their list. It wouldn't cost stupid money to rent or get. Okay. Because that was 4. So Slugfest goal 5. This is the one before. This is the one before the hot nugs. The hot ones, but nugs. It is Spirit Halloween season. Shit. You found one on Amazon for 63. Alright. I'm gonna update. Because when we were... Oh, hang on. Shimoni! No! I have too much in my system for this! Okay. So we're gonna update goal 5. When we were coming up with goals yesterday, so goal 5 was like a Hollow Knight randomizer. Basically, either Hero to the People Dan Jones or somebody who really knows randomizers and Hollow Knight is going to get a particularly sadistic seed for us, and I have to play that for a day. What if we add the Roman outfit to it? Roman Will plays Hollow Knight. Because if it's only $40, we'll do it. Hollow Knight and a toga. Alright. Holy Bus, there aren't actually any too many good Roman-styly games. Ever since the guy who made Demeanor was such a piece of shit, his game got pulled from Steam. Toga! I mean, if you'll want to see me play Rome 2, I'll fucking do it. Rome Toga. Sonic Racing doesn't count. It's not that it doesn't count. It's we've had a lot of trouble with getting it for. Fuck. Sorry. So the one that Baron von Sheepington III was talking about, that sure is gonna piss off anybody historic. I think Ludo History might have a small aneurysm. I'm just. Do you want to see what it is that has been suggested for this? Hang on, let me put it on main. It is on the. I'll just fucking show you. So this is what Baron has suggested: a historically accurate Roman Spartan costume. Angelo says, you gotta have the titties too. I can get something to push these up. We'll make it work. Oh, you all think I can pull this off? Okay. Slugcat holsters. Yes! But it has to be these two, right? It has to be Happy Little Monk and just the Spearmaster being like, why have I been fucking roped into this? Just got my little guys. Oh no. That is Angelo's. Just to keep my Twitch account, unfortunately, yeah. Kilt rules are applying. Could I pull it off? Absolutely not. But that's what makes it funny. Honestly, because I'm always hesitant to do anything that feels like it's like a cheap mockery or anything that feels like I'm taking the piss, you know. But that's so historically wrong. Like that would break people, not because, oh look, Will's wearing something designed for boobies, but like people screamed at me in DMs during Rome 2 for the fact that sandals had the wrong kind of fucking straps on them. Yeah. Well, and so I actually don't know why this started playing. So Moose, one of the reasons why I was hesitant to do the Will Does Drag is because I have a ton of respect for drag performers. I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't have the cadence and the chops for it, right? And it feels bad that being a goal, right? It feels like, you know, oh, isn't it funny, Will in drag? Whereas actually it'd be like, I kind of feel bad because I wouldn't be able to do it well. Do you know what I mean? Right! Don't make me get the hose. Okay. Fucking yo. Yeah, Angelo's, and I think that's where I'm fine with that one. Because that's the thing, the stream would be titled Historically Accurate Will. Jamami says, now when you play Shogun 2 dressed as Naruto, Goku, and Luffy at the same time. I've got the red hair for it. Try and spike this shit up. But yeah, that's why I was, just letting you know, that's why I was hesitant to go, yes, we are absolutely doing a drag maneuver. Oh, sinful. No, absolutely. I'm sure. Because the thing is, the faux Roman helm. Fuck. All right, I'll just add that to the wish list. There are 2 sizes, tiny and not so tiny. How much is the floofy helm? Floofy helm is $20. All right. The deed is done. But yeah, no, just, you have to understand, friends, that for me, what makes that funny is having people fucking livid at my very existence for being in a game which they felt did not have the correct number of straps on the sandals for the Roman soldier. In a game where we're simulating like 20,000 soldiers on a battlefield. But, oh, you put the wrong fucking straps on those fucking sandals. Mate, I could have put them all in fucking Crocs and you're missing the fucking point here. Oh, I'm sorry. We're trying to simulate the entirety of the Roman Empire all at fucking once. How fucking dare we skimp on the sandals? No, Jamari, people are totally normal about Romans. Totally normal. But okay. Amos, go lie down, buddy. You don't need to go out. River is lying there. Sorry, I'm also being dog dad. Jamami, holy fucking shit. Thank you. Okay. So the updated goal for goal 5 is Roman will. The Hollow Knight randomizer can be a thing that we come back to. An army marches to war in its Crocs, and the squeaking of their shoes shall let all know fear. Bless him. Amos keeps coming in here because he wants to lie right there, and River's like, nah, it's my spot. I think either River just guffed or Amos just crop dusted us, and I'm not sure which. Sorry, I am so overstimulated right now. Jamami, fucking thank you. I will not lie, I thought that, I was thinking earlier today that, alright, everybody had a big day yesterday, nothing's gonna happen today, it's Daikatana. Fuck. Roman Willin, dude, where's my Carthage? But yes, I am gonna get like bust out either the swim trunks or get some cycle shorts so we don't accidentally have the cartwheels of love situation, which I think I told you about yesterday. Well, the answer don't. Again, I didn't speak it. I just thought it. Okay. Seriously, all of you. That is... Slugfest is already gone so above and beyond. The fact that we have other goals is fucking ridiculous. Like... I don't know how to... I'm updating my notes because I'm trying to think of what to say and I'm failing here. Thank you. Alright? Thank you. So I will have to do a day stream of Sneak King. That's gonna be an adventure. That's gonna be a fucking adventure. Fucking yo. Oh, Sailor says, wait, you know someone with a DDR mat, right? Yeah, Aeon, Jamami decided that goal 4 was offending them and put in exactly DDR with Roman will. No! That's how you end up with I was trying to think of a polite way to say it, and the first thing that popped into my brain is a case of the cheeky peeker. That's TOS. God, have to buy a bloody modesty cup online or something. The thing that most Deadpool cosplayers didn't get during the early years. Because nobody wants, like, HD Labyrinth Will, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. What is my life? What is happening here? We're about to get into a really deep discussion about Daikatana and its interests, and now, apparently, I now have a Roman outfit, and I did put the silly helm on as well. And what I'll do, friends, is we'll create like a big list of what I owe you all. This was the most conversation to come back to. Daikatana. I am just very happy that the cosplay community have embraced the I forget the proper name of it, but it's basically for those of us with junk, it's kind of like a cup, but rather than designed to protect the danglies, it's to stop everyone having to look at your danglies. Because when the Deadpool onesie became drastically popular, the modesty to go with it was perhaps underappreciated. Okay, Unholy Glee, thank you. And you're right, like, we do all live together, but, you know, I never expect, alright? I never expect. Like, this has already gone so far beyond. Like, we're literally writing these goals, well, tweaking them. We literally wrote these goals as they're happening. I'll have to create, like, a special calendar for when it's all going down. But we will... Yeah. This is my maid outfit, right? It is well documented that given a long enough time frame, every streamer will stream in a maid outfit, and this is my equivocant, you know? This is my equivocant. Oh, okay. So Felix was saying that the it was a dance belt is the original term, designed for the bepeened ballet dancers. Okay. Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. Sorry, Caffeine was just saying that Tobias can hook you up with a maid outfit. Also, Watto and welcome. Tobias was the one who coined the, what was it? The gays can't be harmed if the catboys are armed. And his, like, tactical maid squad. I wonder if, did they make that into a t-shirt? They said they were gonna. Okay, hang on. Sorry, let me bring this back to studio for a second before we get started. I had sleep, and then coffee. So if it feels like I'm moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's because I am. But I am fucking stunned and blown away by how far all of this has already gone. We are so fucking far beyond anything that I would have predicted, okay? So, I don't... Like, thank you, and the amount of gratitude that I have for being able to do this every day is already fucking massive. And then this on top of that, I came to you all to ask for help, and you all have gone, fucking wee! There aren't enough ways to say thank you. But Night Vale and like back at you all. I seriously mean it. I fucking love doing this. And like Jamami, if I can make a crappy day just a little bit better by being around, then I wear that as a badge of fucking honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, how about them video games? It's only nearly 2 hours in. And welcome back to the stage of history. Fucking yo. Thank you. Okay. Before I get completely overwhelmed. So, a few ground rules before we get started on Daikatana. Okay, I can do this. This isn't mean-spirited, alright? I don't want this to be a, look at how shit this game is. But in the same breath, there are parts of it that are very funny. There are parts of it that haven't aged well contextually and, let's just say, socially. We are allowed to make fun of it, but also, as much as we're going to be taking the piss, we're also going to be talking about like what it was trying to do and why it's still worth a discussion. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's 24 years old. You know, this predates Joss Whedon's entire career, and look what happened to him. But there is so much about this game that really did come from a place of good intentions. And I don't mean that from the social standpoint, but like, this was Romero saying, fuck you, first-person shooters can have a story, and that story can be fucking great. Now, he made that assertion before Half-Life dropped, right? Like, he was frustrated at id that he wasn't allowed to do story. So he fucks off, makes Ion Storm with some homies, and he's like, we're doing this. Damn it, Ray. But in the time between the intention of Daikatana and its release, the industry jumped ahead. And Daikatana was still... Hello there. I've been squigged. I've also been attacked by my lizard. Oh, I thought you were about to just punch me. The Chucklefucks got out at 2, just before this. Amos has been miffed because River came and lay in here, and he kept coming in and looking at her like, my spot. River's like, I don't give a shit. And it looks like I am going to have to dress up in a Roman costume. Because everything happens so much.
Maybe the Longship would be willing to fund my Halloween costume this year.
What's your Halloween costume?
I'm trying to win. I need you to know there is a Halloween costume contest. I'm going to win.
Okay. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Why are you like this?
I don't know if you wait there.
Yeah, no, they can see it.
I won. It's so good. And I can wear my uniform underneath, so it looks like I'm an employee getting eaten by a shark.
I love this. Did I mention how much I love this? I love this.
Shark sexy Roman. Fight.
Yeah, so it's not historically accurate Roman. It's a sexy Roman.
Like, that one... What is it, Spartacus?
No, okay, not that kind of sexy Roman.
Sexy Roman.
Okay, Spartacus being a Roman that is sexy. No, I think, like, if you typed in sexy Roman to Spirit Halloween, Nick says, check pirate chat. I wish I'd never given you all that. Fucking. Shark emote. Yep, that's it. A little bit more hair on that chest, but that's it. Dude, where's my Carthage? Oh, that's gonna be a day. That's going to be a day. Jamami, this is what you have. This is. Thank you. Anyway, we are a long way away from goal 5. We have a lot of Daikatana. Why are you all like this? Why are you like this?
What? You really just asked me that question, did you?
I realized what I was saying as soon as I said it.
A likely story.
Okay. So, before we get started on this, we need to decide on some other rules. Okay, so we don't need updates. The in-game cinematics on. Psychic exit warnings. Was it config? Okay, where was it? Okay. Is it just in single player? Oh, here we go. So we have the option to turn off sidekicks. We're not going to be do that. Andrew says if we get 6969, the blobby costume. Well, 6969 was meant to be Hot Ones. That's currently what we read down from yesterday. And I'm not worried about these, but the final one was the tattoo contest. Like... okay, so there's... Hang on. I'm all over the place right now. So, before we get started, the thing that you need to know about Daikatana was that it really tried to do this whole thing where you'd have a sidekick. You'd have an extra character who'd be chatting with you and all sorts. And... oh, wait, sorry. The intention was to start doing this, like... I don't want to say buddy cop, but this idea of, like, thinking about a game cinematically and using another character to progress not just the experience, but also the narrative. They did not succeed. But it's something that we've seen in other games that's worked really, really well. I mean, hell, what is the entirety of The Last of Us if not you just talking with an NPC friendo, right? With this quality of life mod, you can turn the sidekicks off if you just want a classic shooty gun bang, and you have these elements here. So you can have the sidekicks regen health. If they die, it's bad. You can have them immortal, you can turn off and on friendly fire, and you can do the whole distributed XP with them and stuff like that. I think we should leave this as default, but the regen health is needed. From what I saw, we can have friendly fire on, which will make it a lot more challenging for me. But I'd be interested to know your feelings on that one. The teleport to exit means if you exit a level, you don't have to wait for them to come follow you. Oh, and Dustin's saying, "Dude, where's my Carthage? Roman Will plus Sonic Racing Willimus." Now, Jamami, these weren't in-game 2 decades ago. These are part of the, like, update quality of life. Bus says, I think it's best to leave friendly fire off. Hey, look, I'm okay with that. I want to make sure you all are picking the setup, because the game is something I want to celebrate and talk about, but there are parts of the gameplay that hurts. Forget what those are. use old max ammo count. Keep that on. Okay. Okay. Default settings seems fine, alright. Well, Wraith, I wouldn't want to do that just because if it's anything like yesterday, the amount of like gameplay to... If it's anything like this little guy's adventure yesterday, the amount of gameplay to banter ratio is going to be very skewed. And like, you lot have already done so fucking much. So, okay. I think we're ready to get started. Does anyone need water or a bevy or something before we get started? Oh, and Nick posted it in general. Oh, good. Fuck. Do you hear Fiona cackle from the other room? Fuck. Brings up Discord. Looks at Discord. God damn it, Nick. Did 8 of the damage. Okay. Sinful, I can go have a look in the fridge and see if we've got a new lower torso. I've definitely got some sparkly water. Actually, I am going to get myself some water because I realised I've been yelling. Very thirsty. You fucking terrors. I'm not even going to mute the mic, I'm just going to the fridge. Okay. Glad we could deliver some memes. Happy Slugfest. It's just nice, Nick, to see that you're keeping the spirit of Slugfest alive. I was worried, you know, Slugfest was getting too corporate, but here we are. Oh, the only other thing about this, friends, is that I am playing with mouse and keyboard. So please, 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 if I whip the mouse around too much or if I'm getting a bit too squirrely, yell at me, and I'll try and, you know, can chill the shit out again.
Are we playing yet?
What even is that username? We're going to! It's happening! What the fuck? Shout out to SLID. Hexadecimal number string? No, seriously, thank you. And we're about to start. We're about to start. So let's fucking do it! Yeah, I think, Jamami, I think the name broke there. Thank you. Just keep zooming in on his dick.
Pardon the interruption, Miyamoto-san. There is a visitor waiting outside. Refuses to identify himself. Will only speak to the proprietor of the school. Also, Tanaka-san left a message earlier complaining about the injuries to his son.
I should have stayed in bed. Let me guess, Miho. It's my landlord at the door, right?
Like I said, the visitor would not give his name.
Did Mishima-san send you? Tell him I'll have his money by...
I can assure you that I am not here on Mishima's behalf. My name is Toshiro Ebihara.
You want to learn to sword fight? Great. You're a bit older than my usual clientele, but it's never too late to.
No, no, please, you misunderstand.
Look, if you're asking for some donation...
Perhaps if you would allow me to explain, Miyamoto-san, you need only spare me a few moments.
Go on.
Not here. They may be watching.
They? They who?
Come, let's take a stroll. I promise you it will be worth your time. Centuries ago, the shogunate Mishima ruled over our people with an iron fist and a bloody sword. The only opposition came from the Ebihara clan, a group of warriors dedicated to overthrowing the brutal regime. For years, the Mishimas tried to rid themselves of the Ebihara without success. After years of frustration, the ruthless leader of the Mishimas came up with a plan. Disguising his true intent, Osaka Mishima hired a legendary swordmaster to create the ultimate weapon, the Daikatana.
He said the thing!
This legendary master was Usagi Miyamoto, your ancestor. Renowned for his warrior skills, his love of swordplay led him to become an expert swordsmith as well. It was not until the blade was completed that Usagi realized Osaka's malevolent nature. Through the power of the sword, he was able to foresee the fate that awaited mankind should Mishima ever take control of the Daikatana. Usagi refused to hand the powerful weapon over to the Mishimas. Instead, he offered it to the shogunate's nemesis, Inshiro Ebihara, but only on the condition that it be returned to him after the evil Mishimas had been vanquished. In an epic battle atop Mount Fujiya, Inshiro used the awesome might of the Daikatana to decimate Mishima's legions. Thousands died on that battlefield, but Mishima was finally overthrown. Convinced that the mystic sword was too powerful to be wielded by mere mortals, Usagi threw the Daikatana into the heart of the raging volcano.
So you want me to create another Daikatana?
No, that's not necessary. I am one of Inshiro's direct descendants. Hard as it may be for you to believe, I was once a very wealthy man
So
with the
much
vast
exposition.
resources at my disposal. I funded an expedition to uncover the long-lost Daikatana from the bowels of the dormant volcano.
Let's assume for a second that I believe any of this. What's the big deal? The Daikatana is still just a sword like any other, right?
Wrong. Legend has it that the Daikatana contains many secrets, even the ability to warp time and space. You see, the fabric of time is a delicate thing, and Usagi bestowed the sword with certain time-wandering capabilities, which have been used to alter our own perceptions of reality.
Right.
The man you know as Kagi Mishima, a descendant of the evil Osaka, found out about the discovery of the Daikatana before I even had a chance to examine the ancient artifact. He stole the sword and then used its magical powers to go back in time and change history. This world, our surroundings, are not what they appear to be. Things are not as they should be, as they were destined to be. As you may know, the mutagenic Marburg pox filovirus, more commonly known as MMP, first cropped up at the tail end of the millennium.
More exposition!
Claims that the Mishima family came up with a cure for the MMP virus back in the year 2030. Those claims are false. The truth is that the original creator of a vaccine was Dr. Tatsuo Ibihara, another of my ancestors. With the Daikatana in his possession, Kagi was able to travel back through time and steal the cure from Tatsuo, making it his own.
I take it that that's how Kage accumulated the funds to finance his vast empire.
That's right. Of course, Mishima only gives out the cure to those he desires to have it.
I'm sorry, but I don't see what you need from me.
It's about my daughter.
Your daughter?
From the moment of her birth, I trained my daughter Mikiko how to wield the Daikatana in case it were ever discovered. Several weeks ago, she followed Kagi in an attempt to retrieve the stolen sword. I have not heard from her since. I fear she is being held captive by Mishima at his fortress.
So you want me to rescue her? Is that it?
Yes. And then together, you must find the Daikatana, so that history can be changed back to the way it was.
Neat story, Toshiro. But I'm not quite sure I buy it. Even if I did, I'm just a guy teaching kids how to fight with a sword.
No! You are the descendant of Usagi Miyamoto! Embrace your heritage and...
Who the...
Ninjas!
She left some time ago, almost as long as this prologue second.
Can you now understand why I had to show you this? I've been saving this.
There is nothing you can do for me, hero. But find my daughter and the Daikatana.
I can't just...
Shh, say nothing. When the death collectors come to get my body, steal away inside the coffin. It will get you inside Mishima's fortress.
Why? How?
The rest is up to you.
But...
You are the bloodline hero. I know you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back because y'all were being fucking funny, but I didn't want to talk over the exposition because it's so. Why does the coffin go to the Mishima estate? Why? Why? Why are they called death collectors? Why? You've told me so much and yet said so little.
Ah, Bumplehead. Odds or evener?
Evener.
V-Squid just says the level of the serious talk about the Daikatana, which just translates to big sword.
How many we lose? Only 4 this time. Looks like my rock holding out. Too bad for you.
This hurts.
Because for every day we live, we face 1,000 ways to Daikatana.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about when I said it gets uncomfortable. Okay, so... Hey, Amos, you got your seat back. So I just wanted to jump back because there was a few which just fucking killed me. The point where I was doing like the flyover with the grey buildings and Dustin's screaming the lyrics to In the End by Linkin Park fucking killed me. Like, Angelos, you're right, but like, this is 2000. This is after Metal Gear Solid came out. And it is interesting, as Nick pointed out, that from when this was put together, the amount of camera cuts and camera work was actually really hard work. They put a lot of effort into that. And I think I would say that the reason why they went with something so exposition heavy was because they had intended to have this story told throughout the game. And then development was a fucking miserable slugfest. So they they fell back on the opening cutscene to tell the story. But again, this is a game that came out after Half-Life. Alright? Now, I will say, also, the visuals are definitely improved thanks to the mod. So, it didn't look awful. Alright, well, the N64 version looked fucking terrible, but... Got it. But please, let me know how the audio levels are, and I'll adjust as needed. Here's me talking in a regular voice. Look at these corpses. Clean up crew from PAX called. They want their exposition dump back. Nick says, I think that alarm is from a sound library they have somewhere. Oh yeah, for those of you who have worked dev side. Okay, the audio's a bit loud. It's alright, we can change that. So we'll bring that down to 10, that down to 10. Voices volume. There we go. That should be a little better. Alright. You can let me know how that is. Fucking wee! No, bad tiny frog! Tiny frog of evil! But it's just like, the sheer amount of exposition thrown in a small space. It's just gloriously ridiculous. Nick was adding that they wouldn't be surprised because this is the era where there were like 3 major sound libraries. Yep. Oh, you have to get gems to heal as well, to save as well. I forgot about that. I won't be saving too much. But one thing that always makes me laugh is going back to Warcraft 2 and how many of the sounds are all library effects. Forget what it was that I just picked up. But yeah, it's always funny going back to Warcraft 2 and almost all the sound effects are library ones except for the VO. Oh, I got like a damage booster, whatever. Oh no, frog's poisoned me and I'm out of bullets! Fucking frogman! Oh no! I feel the poison leaving my system. Lovely. Just turn the mouse sensitivity down a little bit more. Okay, that should help. Okay. But yeah, so you can definitely tell that because they were having like a really pained development, like that opening cutscene was where they managed to stack a lot of the early stuff. Like, here's the thing, I'm struggling to remember because this came out May of 2000. This might predate even the fucking Matrix. I got exploded by a frog! Fuck. Beans. playing like I fucking mean it. Great. Oh, they're robo-frogs. Sorry, my mistake. Finally, some fucking ammo, man! What the fuck is going on? Okay. I'm so tempted to just turn on God mode just so I can talk to you lot. But then that would negate the torturous part of this. It's the same gun sound effects they use for Deus Ex as well, but that is the same company. So, Kettle, do we know what about the development that made it so rough? They changed engines midway through. Was a big part of it. Punch the frog. Punch the bug. Punch the bug. Bug puncher. Oh yeah, Half-Life scores gun as well. Say no to Crocs. God damn it! How many fucking crocodiles are there? Why are we in Animu Future Florida? So Ketterall, there was also a very, very large amount of expectation, and okay, so John Romero's done a bunch of wonderful books on his career, and I forget which is the one that deals with Daikatana's development cycles, but there was definitely, at least from what I have come to understand, and this is not a critique against him, because again, there are so many named characters in the games industry, and most of them are fucking bellends. There, I said it, shocking, I know. Some of them are nice people, but they are bellends because of how they, you know, treat the people beneath them in the industry. Some of them are just chronic knobheads. No one's got a bad thing to say about John, but one thing that was definitely apparent was that he had a real intention of what he wanted to do with Daikatana, and there wasn't a way to tell him no. Right? Like it was the team he put together. And he put this team specifically together so he could make a certain kind of game. And ultimately, he didn't get to do that. So if there are any periods where John was difficult to work with, you can understand the frustration of it. Oh, there's cyber alligators, of course. God, I miss this time in the industry. I've got to take this carefully and just punch the alligators to death. Cyborg gators, if you will. But yeah, so if someone could check, I think this predates The Matrix as well. So it was pulling from, like, the anime crib sheet, but not in the same way as we saw, like, other things. Like, this and Bungie's Oni kind of sit in the same, like, sphere of weebery. I'm so mad. Matrix was 99? Well, fuck, then they had a whole ass year to learn from... Okay, I keyed. Oh, and Scotty, I would definitely say that Blood Dragon pulled from this. And yeah, Phyllis, Oni was directly inspired by Ghost in the Shell. Like, you can see it. And that's, again, that's fine. Can't believe I'm having to play this shit seriously! Damn it! One thing I was going to suggest was today we call like a wizard veto on jokes about John Romero's going to make you his bitch. I'm getting the shit kicked out of me by bugs! Bugs! I have survived Tarkov! Game. Really want to turn on some not fucking dying mode. Nick, that's the problem. No, I kid. Nick was saying the friend recently picked up a copy of Only recently.
I can't tell which primary loop is more bizarre and uncomfortable to witness, Daikatana's gameplay or Aiden's monkey cut.
I know for which I would personally vote. Legend says, I'm in favour for decreasing the difficulty. Alright, we'd have to just skip through that first little cutscene, but... Now, are you saying, let's make it easier and go through it, or should I just fucking turn on not dying? Because I really did want this to be more of like an exploration rather than a straight up bad time. But also, the reason I put it in was because I thought it would be very funny for you all to watch me struggle through this. Fucking damn it. Sorry. I just flicked over to Discord just making sure there was nothing nothing that needed addressing. And Angelos has pulled out a meme so old, it is itself 10 years. Which was Craig insisting I look like the lady from the live-action trailer. Legend says, Shogun, no dying. Alright. Shogun, no dying. Wait, was it Carrington that did the meme? Oh. So, extra options. Fucking God mode. God mode, Shogun, let's go. We can skip through Exposition Fest 2024. It is interesting how many games from this era started with like the sweeping camera and the rainy night. But I saw as much crotch shots as I wanted from that.
How many we lose? Only 4 this time. Looks like my rock holding out. Too bad for you. Damn.
Oh, Nick says it's no skipping Iron Man mode. Hey, no more skipping any cutscenes. Oh shit! Bus is right. I fucked up. I fucked up because it was under sidekicks mode. Fuck. Go through it again! Alright, unlimited saves. Okay. I don't remember what the cheats are. Oh wait, what bonus gems? Oh no, so Nick, Phyllis, I remember. I'd forgotten how stubborn I was as a youngling. So extra options. I'm not going to use old max ammo counts. I can't believe I'm already at the point of being like, fuck this game! Okay. Okay, do you want to go through the opening cutscene again? Because Nick suggested Iron Man mode, no skipping cutscenes. Ket, you wanna see this? Do you need this? Alright, let's do it! This time I can snark a little. Love those hand animations.
Pardon the interruption, Miyamoto-san. There is a visitor waiting outside. Refuses
fact
to
that he's
identify
called
himself.
Miyamoto.
Will only speak to the proprietor of the school. Also, Tanaka-san left a message earlier complaining about the injuries to his son.
I should have stayed in bed.
My god.
Let me guess, Miho. It's my landlord at the door, right?
I'm too old for this shit.
Like I said, the visitor would not give his name.
Did Mishima-san send you? Tell him I'll have his money by...
I can assure you that I am not here on Mishima's behalf.
An old guy with one eye
My
and a
name is
bloodstained scarf
Toshiro
shows up at
Ebihara.
your place
You
at
want to
night
learn the
in
sword
the rain.
fight? Great. You're a bit older than my usual clientele, but it's never too late to.
No, no, please. You
misunderstand.
misunderstand.
Look, if you're asking for some donation...
Perhaps if you would allow me to explain, Miyamoto-san.
I love how they're giving Miyamoto
you need
a...
only spare me a few moments.
Go on.
It's a few moments, but it's going to feel
I'm
like
not
several
here.
years.
They may be watching.
They? They who?
Come, let's take a stroll. I promise you it will be worth your time. Centuries ago, the shogunate Mishima ruled over our people with an iron fist and a bloody sword. Their only opposition came from the Ebihara
I
clan,
can't get over
a group
how
of
much
warriors
exposition this is.
dedicated to overthrowing the brutal regime. For years, the Mishimas tried to rid themselves of the Ebihara without success. After years of frustration, the ruthless leader of the Mishimas came up with a plan. Disguising his true intent, Osaka Mishima hired a legendary swordmaster to create the ultimate weapon, the Daikatana.
Big sword.
This legendary master was Usagi Miyamoto, your ancestor. Renowned for his warrior skills, his love of swordplay led him to become an expert swordsmith as well.
Because
It was
apparently
not
being
until
really
the
good
blade
with
was
sword makes
completed
sword good too.
that Usagi realized Osaka's malevolent nature. Through the power of the sword, he was able to foresee the fate that awaited mankind should Mishima ever take control
Excuse
of the
me.
Daikatana.
You said he made a sword so good he hallucinated the future. Okay.
Usagi refused to hand the powerful weapon over to the Mishimas. Instead, he offered it to the shogunate's nemesis, Inshiro Ebihara, but only on the condition that it be returned to him after the evil Mishimas.
This
had
is
been
weak
vanquished.
Lord of the Rings.
In an
Fucking
epic
right.
battle atop Mount Fujiya, Inshiro used the awesome might of the Daikatana to decimate Mishima's legions. Thousands died on that battlefield, but Mishima was finally overthrown. Convinced that the mystic sword was too powerful to be wielded by mere mortals, Usagi threw the Daikatana into the heart of the raging volcano.
Big sword.
So you want me to create another Daikatana?
No, that's not necessary.
I'm going home.
I am one of Inshiro's direct descendants. Hard as it may be for you to believe, I was once a very wealthy man with the vast resources at my disposal. I funded an expedition to uncover the long-lost Daikatana from the bowels of the dormant volcano.
Let's assume for a second that I believe any of this.
Wait.
What's the
This
big
actually
deal?
is Daikatana.
The Daikatana is still just a sword, like any other, right?
Wrong.
Wrong!
Legend has it that the Daikatana contains many secrets, even the ability to warp time and space. You see, the fabric of time is a delicate thing, and Usagi bestowed the sword with certain time-wandering capabilities, which have been used to alter our own perceptions of reality.
Right.
The man you know as Kagi Mishima, a descendant of the evil Osaka, found out about the discovery of the Daikatana before I even had a chance to examine the ancient artifact. He stole the sword and then used its magical powers to go back in time and change history. This world, our surroundings, are not what they appear to be. Things are not as they should be, as they were destined to be. As you may know, the mutagenic Marburg pox filovirus, more commonly known as MMP, first cropped up at the tail end of the millennium. Kagi claims that the Mishima family came up with a cure for the MMP virus back in the year 2030. Those claims are false.
I can't even make
The
jokes
truth is
because
that
the
the
amount of
original
exposition
creator of
happens
a
too
vaccine
fast.
was Dr. Tatsuo Ibihara.
And before you ask, yes,
Another
that is
of
the
my
plot of
ancestors.
Deus Ex as well.
With the Daikatana in his possession, Kagi was able to travel back through time and steal the cure from Tatsuo, making it his own.
I take it that that's how Kage accumulated the funds to finance his vast empire.
That's right. Of course, Mishima only gives out the cure to those he desires to have it.
I'm sorry, but I don't see what you need from me.
It's about my daughter.
Your daughter?
From the moment of her birth, I trained my daughter Mikiko how to wield the Daikatana in case
yeah,
it were
no.
ever discovered.
It is the same
Several
person who plays
weeks ago,
Tracer Tom.
She followed Kagi in an attempt to retrieve the stolen sword. I have not heard from her since. I fear she is being held captive by Mishima at his fortress.
So you want me to rescue her? Is that it?
Yes. And then together, you must find the Daikatana, so that history can be changed back to the way it was.
Neat story, Toshiro. But I'm not quite sure I buy it. Even if I did, I'm just a guy teaching kids how to fight with a sword.
No, you are the descendant of Usagi Miyamoto. Embrace your heritage and...
Who the...
Ninjas! What? Nick, I just want to send this to Nessa just to do him a damage at this point. And you are right, they were so proud of that flickering and glowing light. And I'm not joking, they should be. Making
There
evidence.
is nothing you can do for me, hero. But find my daughter and the Daikatana.
I just want
I
to point
can't
out.
just...
Say nothing.
I have
When the
so much more to
collectors
tell you.
come to get my body.
Don't even worry about it.
Steal away inside the coffin. It will get you inside Mishima's fortress. The rest is up to you.
This is so painful the second time round.
You are the bloodline hero. I know you will do the right thing. Thank you.
No! Guy I met 4 minutes ago! It's not David Hayter. I actually don't know who's playing the lead. And once again, the first of the upsetting side characters. J. Paul Slavens. Yeah, right, the fact that he is the bloodline
Bobblehead.
hero and his name is
Odds are
Hero.
even.
Aeon, in theory, not again, because if I keep dying, I'm just going to cheat.
How many we lose?
Only 4 this time. Looks like my rock holding out. Too bad for you.
Oh. It's worse the second time on that as well. Also, where did he get the fucking power armor from? Alright. I guess maybe the power armor was also in the coffin. Don't worry about it. Okay. The futuristic gun was in a different coffin. And like, okay, hero protagonist in Snow Crash is meant to be a parody, which is what makes it funny. He is called Hiro Miyamoto, and it is not a parody, that's just his name.
This game's plot is about a katana, but it's an FPS.
Yes, about a magic katana made by a guy who was so good at swinging katanas, he made a katana that could fucking cut time. Zenro, is this a mod for Unreal Gold? Unreal was 96, 97? Like, this is 2000. Yeah, the S in FPS stands for sword. Did you know that, numbers? It's a true fact. Don't look it up. Well, so okay, we're gonna get into this further as we continue, but the thing about Daikatana is that it tried to do a lot of things, and with a lot of those things, it didn't necessarily succeed. I've kind of compared it to Jurassic Park Trespasser in terms of it wanted to do a lot. See, that's what you can do if you actually have ammo. Oh man, there's so much more kit now that we can actually fucking do stuff. So as much as there's loads to take the piss out of in this, I also want to celebrate that this was genuinely trying to do interesting shit. And the thing is, this was trying to do interesting shit in like 97, 98. It just didn't come out until 2000 because of engine changes and fuckery. And the thing was, the wheel turned while this game was in development, you know? This was an old game made the old way, but you know, the game had changed, you know. Sorry, I'm trying to think how to phrase this without just repeatedly saying the game. So Unholy Glee, kind of like Duke Nukem Forever. Like, Duke Nukem Forever was the next one to take up the mantle of, like, hellish development. Whereas Duke Nukem Forever would have... yeah. That one definitely had engine changes and scope changes and all sorts. Oh, and so Ket, they're not tiny animals. They're robotic tiny animals, which is how you know they're evil. See? It's a robo-frog that spits poison. I'm just not giving them a chance to fucking kill me again. See? Robo-gator. Robo-gator. Yeah, Sonic rules. But it's like, in the same way I love ripping the piss out of this, I also want to acknowledge that, like, this was born, and we talked about this a little last night, but this was born so much out of John's frustration with not being able to do cool story shit. Like, he desperately wanted to do games that had more to do and more to say. That wasn't just like, we're gonna bundle together. Yeah, do this. It was more than just, we're gonna bundle together a bunch of no bitey. Sorry, John wanted to do things that wasn't just like, we're gonna bundle together a bunch of nonsense weapons, pick a scenario that makes no sense, and that's the whole. And that's the long and short of it. Fucking hell, I forgot about that thing. Jesus. Jesus, what the fuck? Okay. Big bug's gone. You are protected by the Mega Shield.
Did I tell you about the Pokemon fan game that contained a Pokemon named Daikatana?
No, you did not. Oh, and Numbers, thank you for the bits. You absolutely did not. But, so someone mentioned Duke Nukem Forever. The other thing this game did was bloat in scope and scale like nothing else before it.
I didn't have dairy intolerant dragon on the enemy list today.
You will cease to be surprised by the time we finish this. Fuck, where was it going? Oh yes! So we'll get into it later, but see, with this, aside from the story, one of the things that Daikatana does, or set forth, was that it was going to be this, like, globe-spanning, time-traveling adventure, right? You know, we're gonna jump to ancient Rome. We're gonna jump to, like, you know, feudal Japan, obviously. I forget where else we end up going. You know, we're gonna fight the fucking Medusa, or fight Medusa. We're gonna leap through time, and the amount of custom shit, the amount of additional assets and nonsense that came together to make that is frankly ridiculous. So, like, the insistence on adding yet more custom variations of creatures, adding more locations to jump to, and each of these locations having, like, different sidekick characters and shit like that. Wait. There we go. You know, this created such a magnitude of work for the team working on it. Ooh, fucking hell. Sorry. This gets really squirrely sometimes. I'm trying to move the mouse as smooth as I can. Oh, fuck, I don't know what to do here. And as you can see, like, this didn't use any of the more modern techniques we've come to appreciate, like follow the light and stuff like that. So sometimes knowing where the fuck to go is a real challenge. Ooh. Oh yes, we have to go up here, shoot the box to open the door. Desperately trying to remember how to do this. It's been a long ass time since I played this. But again, I want to cap what we're talking about to remind everybody that John Romero never got into NFTs, never fell for the crypto bollocks, doesn't think that AI is a good thing, and it currently resides in Ireland where him and his wife make fucking great video games. Or I think it's better to say Brenda's making games, John helps. He may be returning to FPS stuff after the success of Sigil, which was the unofficial extra chapter of Doom. Sorry, Dustin threw in the Daikatana. No, I prefer a smoked Anacrolox. What you did there, I saw it. Check it out. NPCs we don't have to attack. I don't think there's a use command, but let me just check the keyboard controls. Oh, sorry, it's enter. Does nothing. Alright. Now again, it's hard to have this level of interaction when you compare it to what Half-Life was doing. Ah, fuck you, buddy. When we compare it to what Half-Life was doing at the same time, right? Why are there robo-frogs inside the base? Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah, Half-Life was 98. But sorry, the reason I keep referencing this is because, you know, there was clearly an intent with this game, right? Oh yeah, can't do crouch jumps in this. You can't signal your suit to make a duck jump. There we go. Daikatana for fish pond when... Well, I guess when the next one of you who wins a fish contest. No, I don't remember where that fucking was. Was it back down this way? Looks about right. Wait! Wait, no. Dang it! See, and again... The level design philosophy came from Doom and Quake, where there was almost an expectation that the user be a little confused and a little lost. But actually no, that's the wrong way to put it. The Doom design philosophy was that the exploration was part of the experience, right? It's on you to learn it. It's not the game's job to lead you to where you need to be. And, you know, since then we've definitely changed our philosophy on how we take users through a level. And sorry, I'm banging this drum not because I think that you don't get it, because again, I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, we get to laugh at this, we get to critique it, but I want to make sure we're doing it for the right reasons, you feel me? Nick was adding the visual language of the game is really not helping. The visuals are dark and muddled, beyond being moody, and it's difficult to understand what's on screen. Yes, it's hard to get a sense of where we should be versus where we might have been. Whether or not we need to backtrack makes this very difficult. And again, the thing to point out with this is that when I critiqued, let's say the marketing for Concord, right? Or when we talked about Lawbreakers. See, Lawbreakers is a fucking disaster. But Lawbreakers made a bunch of mistakes that had already been made by others and already fixed. Now, yes, this did come out well after Half-Life and its contemporaries, but it was in development before. Like, they were pot committed well before Gordon Freeman picked up a crowbar, right? And I just, Angelos was just pointing out that the original Tomb Raider was a really good example of how that feeling of being lost and finding your way can be a really fun part of the experience, right? But this little sucker, it sits halfway between the game design of yore and the modern FPS development, right?
Research from the future.
J-Post, 6 years in the future. Bubba-da. How are you doing, friend? I hope you're either still having or had a fucking great time in Japan. And I cannot wait to hear the stories. Though that place that you said did like all you can drink for, was it all you can drink for 2 hours for like a handful of yen? And I was like, I would hurt them. I would do them a damage. This was this little tiny fruit room. Yeah, Angelos, you have to have a certain philosophy of level design where it always funnels you to where you're going, even if you feel a little lost, right? Hello, baby boy. Welcome back. Hey, baby boy, you got feelings on Daikatana? You got feelings on Daikatana? Amos has not got feelings on Daikatana. Okay, so we checked here. We saw a cutscene where we opened a storm drain near some... What the fuck?! Okay, this is a secret. Okay, so we get a power boost and some extra super shields. That's kind of cool. The NPCs we saved opened us up a little bunker we wouldn't have known about. That's rad. Oh, and this opened. And Judica, what and welcome. How are you holding up, friend? Oh, this was... Yeah. Okay, we're back. But yeah, modern game design, and especially level design, has gotten really, really fucking good. You don't need me to tell you. But like, we can have games like Breath of the Wild, for example, that makes it feel like you can go anywhere and do anything. But in actuality, it is all very carefully constructed. Well, Judica, again, I'm so happy to hear. Right, I know far too many people who've had a fucking terrible time of it. Okay, and J-Post, we'll see you for 2 Human on Saturday, friend. To be continued. I found a secret, but it doesn't feel like a secret. It feels like I'm fucking lost. The reason why I'm banging this drum about the level design elements is because, again, it's not that this were bad, right? if you had dropped this... Can't get me one off here. If you had dropped this, like, right after Quake came out, holy shit, everyone would have lost their fucking minds. Hang on, I forget how to level up in this. Sorry, let me check the keyboard. Talk is boost. Alright, whatever. We'll work it out later. But yeah, so like if this had come out right after Quake, or honestly, I think it might have been able to stand its own alongside like classic Unreal. Don't remember what this does. Fuck. God fucking damn it. I think it would have held its own, but after Half-Life and stuff like that, you know, Half-Life was the master of making you feel like you were in an open environment and you could do anything, but you were in a carefully constructed space. And Amos is away again. Overture? Overture. It turns out Amos actually does not care about 2000's Daikatana. We asked him, and he just didn't really have anything to say. Okay, sometimes I spoke. Friends and adventurers, I am once again lost as shit. Oh. There's no more moving water on the textures, so I couldn't tell where the fuck we were. Oh. I don't want to go all the way back. Okay, sorry. Juggling this game and trying to make a cohesive point, surprisingly difficult. I do appreciate the sounds like every industrial club ever soundtrack. Like, you can see a lot of the artistic similarities between this and Deus Ex, but then you also have stuff like this. Like, we got half of the secrets, the time, the total. This game doesn't need that. It's not that kind of game as we understand it now. But that was just the done thing, right?
I don't have the firepower to blast through that gate. I wonder if I can... Who's...
I forgot about this! Ghost Dad? Papa?
Whoa. What was that all about?
Oh, Ishkar, we haven't even gotten to Superfly yet. I'm a little bit nervous because I don't remember how heavily pronounced his character is. Robo-Frog not giving a single solitary fuck. I mean, look at this. This is cool. We got some control panels. Open some shit up. I will say, if I can convince him I might see if I can do like a digi-drinking session with Floydo, just to show him the hand anims on this. They're waiting for you, Gordon. In the test chamber. Yeah, it's Wraith. It's so weird. I keep stuffing these mushrooms in my face that I see lying around the environment, and now I'm seeing shit. What's up with that? I've also noticed that I have I do not want to chase secrets in this because I'm worried as to like what bizarre loops I'm going to get stuck in. I never thought I'd see a resonance cascade, let alone create one. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? Stop attacking! He's a friend! I'm gonna stay here and wait for my colleagues. With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. You mute psychopath. There is a time in my youth when I think those robo-gators would have scared me. It's fine, Eon. It's like when people ask me, like, oh, Will, have you played X? Of course I fucking have. Okay. What do you think I've been doing with my life for all this time? I think you heard what you wanted to hear. Alright, Numbers, that's fair, but only because you and I have talked about this and you know I haven't played it yet. But I have a copy of it, so I'm not doing too badly. Well, so the other thing I want to highlight, and not to be mean, but again, the level design philosophy of this was very much coming from that Quake and Doom, where, you know, the movement of the level was to facilitate the action, right? This is not a game that tells its story using the environment that it's in, right? And honestly, I think if I had to point to one and say, it would probably be... I would say, in terms of FPS, I would put Unreal as like one of the first. Half-Life as one of the best from that early section. But also, I did really enjoy Blood, because I felt like, despite it being a ridiculous, over-the-top action fest of the old-school variety, it did look at its environments and go, this is a place that makes sense. Is this? Is that good? Well, Aeon, in my defense, me and Craig back at CA used to just repeatedly do these impressions of the scientist and... Oh, fuck me! Angelo says the Perfect Dark was excellent as hell and came out like a day before Daikatana. Yeah. Like, Perfect Dark was a great example of, like, they understood the assignment, and they'd already done the hard work when they made GoldenEye. Like, Perfect Dark was a victory lap for them. I think the other thing to go through is, like, nothing of the experience we're having has really been explained. Like, we got this huge exposition dump. Like, sure, the Mishima company is evil and bad, and they've used time travel to fuck up everybody's day. Alright, fine. What are these creatures? Why are they in the facility? All these, like, I guess they're meant to be corpse processors, but what's going on here? There's no logic to the facility we find ourselves in. The construction of Perfect Dark was a lot more cohesive because it told you, like, alright, you are Space Bond. What is your job? Your job is to run off at... Oh, that's where it came in. Your job is to run around stopping super criminals and hanging out with an alien called Elvis. Let's not even worry about it. Fucking time door puzzles can be farts. Ah, I got that good sidestep. You're fucked. This game doesn't do explaining, but it does do explaining because it kicks us out of the plane with a parachute. Yup. Yeah, you know what? Angelos, you're right. Perfect Dark was corporate conspiracy that turns into aliens. Man, I miss when we were all super into aliens as an industry. Now we're just at the point of, like, yeah, no, aliens are rad. Okay, that was really fucking cool right there, especially for the time. Okay, so here's something I need to point out to your lovely self. So we just unlocked gas hands. Gas hands. What does gas hands do, I hear you ask? Well, it puts a gas-powered engine on your fist. But pray tell, Will, what does it do? Does it power a chainsaw? Some kind of, I don't know, super weapon? Nah, it just vibrates. It just vibrates. It just vibrates. So it's the res controller. I see you speak the old magics as well. But it was like, Perfect Dark was all about, like, conspiracies and aliens. Deus Ex, conspiracies and aliens. You know, it was a good theme that we were going with for a while. And then we reached the point where, like, at this point, if aliens show up, we're going to be like, cool, that's fine with me. What's going down with you? Oh, this bit I think is really interesting because this is peak old Doom. This is a trick that Doom did multiple times where you come past an area and you see a weapon you don't have. A tantalizing morsel to get you to explore and potentially look into, you know, secrets and hidden areas, right? Like, that is a trick that has been used, you know, oh, I mean, and in other FPSs, it's not just Doom's trick. But it's just, I wanted to highlight it because it's very, very evocative of where the design team was at, where the level design philosophy was at for this game, right? You know, that area doesn't make sense. Unholy Glee, yeah, you're right. This was like post X-Files, was definitely where it came from. I do think we would have had the Zambies craze regardless, because, you know, Zambies are guilt-free action. Recognize those. Beans. That was not the way I was supposed to do it, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, sorry, bringing it back. Where's my gun? You bastard, Snow. Oh! I had to do that. That was some old school platforming right there. Anyway. Okay. Angelina, what and welcome. Hello, hello. We're on the Daikatana. Oh, did he scratch his eye? He's doing so well. I will also say, I mean, so far, the weapons in this aren't good. Like, that is one thing that always strikes me when I come back to this. These weapons don't feel good to use. They're definitely a challenge, but, you know, they lack the oomph of, you know, Doom and Quake. They lack the je ne sais quoi of other... And it doesn't have anything for you to really latch onto, you know. Half-Life had its sci-fi weapons. But, you know, it was predominantly, you were using, you know, what was it, a Glock and then like an MP5 predominantly. Yeah, none of the weapons in this give you the hell yeah moment. But, again, look at the lighting when I fire this off. Like, it even has the ricochet. But, like, at least for the time, gorgeous. Right? But they don't feel good to use. They're very clunky, but not in a fun way. They feel like, I don't know, they got that kind of sad prop gun where you're the one saying pew and making the noises. You're the one doing the recoil yourself. And again, these... Sorry, I'm just... This is not critique for the sake of mocking, but it's, again, a good example of, like, you know, back in the day, you'd come up with a plethora of enemies, and you just kind of put them where it made sense in flow, but not in logic. What are these guys? They appear to be like giant security mechs. The fuck is he guarding? The shit tubes? You know. And again, it's not a critique in the most dire sense. It's more the sense of, like, these games were going for a very, very mid-90s philosophy at a time when we'd started to move the needle. Why the robo-bugs? You know, shit tube guy. He has a job. He has that one job. True, but apparently he's slacking because... Oh, no. Apparently he's fucking slacking via Kuaz. Somebody died. Because they got a security robot to do his ruddy job. They started it. You know, it's interesting that there's a bunch of detail and effect, a bunch of detail and attention paid to the gibs in this. Or jibs, or whatever the fuck to say it. Oh, look at that! A security...
Headquarters building my ass. This looks more like a prison.
No, it doesn't!
Cancel prisoner transfer from detention block 4. Orders from Central Command are to keep priority 1 prisoner confined to stasis.
That's gotta be Mikiko.
Also, I had no idea that was going to end the level, so I hope I didn't miss anything awesome. I missed everything awesome. No secrets. Also, I didn't really have the way to put it into words when I was youngling. I hate being told I missed secrets. It doesn't make you feel good.
Mikiko must be around here somewhere.
You kind of have to give up caring about secrets as a concept. So fuck that hit scan bullshit. Death to hit scan. Okay, so again, look at the amount of, like, additional colored elements here. You know, we have multiple different lighting colors going on. They mix. Like, that's fucking brilliant for the time. But also, this facility makes no sense. And when you consider that Marathon was doing some really cool shit, with, I forget what Marathon's engine was, but, you know, we're basically dealing with... Sorry. The Marathon's engine was, it wasn't the build engine, but its own kind of flavor. But that had, like, logic and thought in its construction and its levels. But of course, no one was paying attention to Marathon because it was on Mac. And
Hey, buddy, turn off this force field.
I'm gonna. Okay, but not there. Different place to turn off the force field. Ow. Stung me. Oh, okay, thank you, Fearless. The Marathon's engine was just called the Marathon engine. Makes sense. Got licensed out to other studios of like Prime, Target, or Damage Incorporated.
Hey buddy, I heard you like brown and green lights, so I got some more brown and green lights behind this force field. Turn it off, buddy.
Oh, excuse me. Well, you know what you can say about this that's very positive? Yep. That this was not the turgid, brown-grey that we would get in the subsequent generation. But also, how in the fuck would we have known that? That what we had to do there was sneak under the console to find the... Like, we've never been shown that before. And, I think you can all forgive me if I don't chime in on the mermaid conversation, because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I try and stay as far away from the fucking sea as possible. I will say the other thing about this is that it's hard to tell when this game is going to be super floaty and when it's not. It's like certain environments you can move pretty succinctly on. Others, there's a certain amount of this like, mate! We never got the shotgun. Sorry. Oh wait, did we? When the fuck did we get this? Alright. Alright, apparently we did get the shotty. Just wasn't cool enough to have it. But yeah, sometimes when you're moving through the environment, it suddenly becomes super light and super slidey. And it's really hard to get a sense of... Yo!
Because I can. Nice.
Bacon! Nice. Nice. Thank you. It's also interesting, like, once the, Where the fuck? Where are we supposed to go? Sorry, once the main lighting goes out, it's pretty pronounced how little you can see without, like, the core overheads. Even the colored light doesn't really illuminate the environment well enough. Ooh, what did you get from the Asian grocery store? Because, fuck yeah. Oh, excuse me, I missed that tiny button. What a fool I am. That armor does look fucking cool, though. Oh no! Dave, what have you done? Okay. You know what's really interesting about this is it feels very, very similar to Moon Logic as a concept. you know, each of these little environments, you could call them environmental puzzles, but they're kind of reliant on us whacking stuff into other stuff. Or at times just, I'm guessing? Ow. There's no commonality in design language when moving around this space, so it's really fucking hard to work out. I am having the biggest case of deja vu in here. Oh. We had to shoot the wires, of course. You know, that thing we've done so many times. Oh, wait. And again, I'm not saying this to shit on it. It's just, I'm pointing these things out because the more you see them, the more you realize, like, just how fucking far we've come. Okay, so we have another locked door, right? Similar to the last one. We should look around and see if there's another wire to shoot. There's no wires to shoot. Is there a button on the controls? Doesn't appear to be. Gamers don't look up. Like, what is this here? Like, it doesn't appear to be anything. Right? Well, so Judica, like, it's not even whack the thing, because we've not been taught with any consistency what is something that we whack, and what is something that we pay attention to. What are panels we can control, and what are panels we can ignore? Right? So I'm mashing the use button on all of these consoles. I guess just hoping that one of them's gonna be the thing. Oh! Fucking kidding me. Those were supposed to be hinges on a door. Alright. I'd like to thank this insane moon logic. And this is one of those points where, again, it was a very, very different time. And I do feel that because of everything that had come before, that, like, Ion Storm Austin. Oh, we got Super Jump. An environment where we can't use it. Love that. It's gonna wear off before we get to do anything cool with it. Keep that head down. Yeah, see. But I do think that this particular dev team was full of individuals from, like, the Doom and Quake era who had basically been told repeatedly no. And so they were given a lot of creative freedom on this. Which is heckin' cool, like, I support that. It's just... the thing about, like, especially moon logic and its bizarreness is you kind of need somebody to tell you, oi, that doesn't make sense. For what I understand with a lot of classic point and clicks, there was a larger portion of the moon logic that ended up staying in because they ran out of fucking time. They ran out of cash, you know? What the fuck are you? Okay, so this is some Strogorath type nonsense. So notice, these guys do not give a shit about us. And these guys, let's see if we can free them and cause some trouble. Okay, so if it was like the last part, logically what we'd be looking for is another coil to open the doors. I don't see anything. No, so we can't hurt them. Oh. We had opened one of the force fields. Oh yeah, no, we can absolutely obliterate the mad scientists. Alright, don't even worry about it. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, friends. I grabbed myself a... Hey! If there's two things that I enjoy, it is the Earth's gravity and a good queen. I don't know where I was going with that, sorry. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Welcome to day 2 of Slugfest! We are playing Daikatana, and I am attempting to be constructive in my commentary of it. That sounds like a big blow behind the door! So, Gravity Queen, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Thank you for bringing on a raid. I've been trying to deconstruct this, but we're getting through basically the early slog on it. Oh, you're playing Fear, lovely. Like OG expansion packs. You know, money no question. I would love to do a remake of Fear 3. Because, like, Fear 3 isn't a brilliant game, and it is not scary, but it's still one of the most bizarre, and honestly, especially if you play it co-op, one of the silliest. Like, okay, so Gravity Queen was on OG Fear. Wonderful. Our good friend, I almost said Tommy Tallarico. Sorry, I've been ripping the piss out of him. Our good friend, Tommy Thompson, does a YouTube show called AI in Games, and has done some really great breakdowns in why it is that the Fear games are as good as they are. Alright, now it's another puzzle of how do we open this door? That one? Okay. Scotty said they had a friend who kept... Ah, we exploded the lasers. No one knows how cool we are. Sorry, let me pause it for a second so I can say a proper hello. Yeah, so to the Gravity Queen, yeah, I hope it was a really good stream. We've been doing something of a donation drive over here to keep my dumb ass alive, and it has already gone above and beyond anything we could have possibly fucking imagined. And it's only day 2. And what I've been trying to do with Daikatana today is talk about not just why it's terrible, but also talk about the intent and, like, what it was aiming for. That I cannot sit here and tell you this is a good game, but I can sit here and tell you that it was made with the intent to say games can be something great. They can be a story-based experience. They can be something more than just shoot, gun, and bang. But Daikatana took too long to make. The industry changed while it was in development, and they swapped engine midway through, which ended up being just basically a death nail for them. And honestly, I feel bad. I mean, but yeah, it was made with the intent to be a good game, but not just that, because like no one sits down to make a bad video game. But it was made with the intent to say to all the people who were like, video games are just mindless, stupid fun. I know I said this yesterday, but the great quote was that, you know, during Quake, John wanted to put in a bunch of story beats, including a flying book that would have told the player about what was happening. And the book would have also leveled up and had spells and shit. And John, as in John Carmack, good old Carmack again, was like, no, we're not doing that. And was quoted as saying that story in games is like stories in porn. Nobody's paying attention and nobody cares. You know, and I, to this day, still think about that as a very programmer-like way of looking at it. And no offense to those of you that are programmers by trade. I know you're fucking legends. But you can see how Carmack was just seeing it is about mechanics, and it is about the environment for the mechanics. And Romero was like, no, we can tell a story, we can have people care. And this game was supposed to reflect that philosophy. And unfortunately, it took too long, it was not good on release. It has a lot of creative choices that end up undermining it, including, we haven't even gotten to the friends that we have to escort. Like... And so yeah, I simultaneously wanted to talk about this as a celebration of games of yore, and also to show like how far we've come. The thing I was talking about when you came in, Gravity Queen, is how this has no commonality of language in terms of puzzle solving. Yeah, Legend is coming. It's coming. So, you don't solve puzzles in any consistent way in this. Sometimes you hit a button, sometimes you hit a door, sometimes you shoot a thing, but never a consistent thing. You know, Valve were not the ones to come up with it, but they definitely solidified the idea of always be teaching. You teach the players a new way of interacting in the space, a consistent thing, and then you have them play with it. You were taught very early on in Half-Life that the doors with the little eye sensors, either you can open them or you need to bring a scientist over who can. They do that for you in the opening, and then they reuse that puzzle later on. You know? Aside from everything that happens in Zen, it keeps a very common language. And before you ask, yes, I am playing it on basic baby mode, just because I was dying to frogs. Oh god. And I'm not putting up with spending 20 hours of my life being killed by the same 5 frogs outside of Rainworld. Rainworld is different, it gets a pass. It's also sending me on the amount of sound effects that are directly used in Deus Ex as well. Is that a button? Oh, see, there we go! The button that he was using on that keyboard, it worked this time, and it moved this whole thing, which is something we haven't seen anywhere else. I will say that this is a game that was released in 2000. It has some unintentionally infuriating stereotypes in it coming up. So, like, the main character, he's just a self-insert everything, like, Mary Sue type. You know, he teaches swords by day, but he's also a cool hotshot gunslinger and whatever. And that the exposition clock bloke was fine, but some of the other side characters and things do hit upon some just obnoxious stereotypes. So, I'm just saying, brace yourself. I don't think it gets out and out racist at any point. I don't remember that. But I also think that it's going to hit cringecore real fast. Angel Kalina, always a dangerous move. Sorry, Angel Kalina said they went to the store hungry. That's Danger Town. Sorry, bear with me just a second. I'm juggling so many things at the moment. Scotty, the opening side characters were kind of skirting that line. But again, I don't remember how bad it is, but I wanted to... I don't think it's going to reach, like, full-on offensive. But in the flip side, it's not for me, a white man on the internet playing on easy mode, to tell you what is and isn't okay. Sorry. I guess what I'm saying is, like, brace yourselves. When we get to Superfly, it's going to be every stereotype from 80s action movies rolled up into one. So, okay, so we have a switch there. And the switch opens that, which blew up this. But that's not where we go or affect. But in other situations, we've had to shoot that to move forward. It's very strange. Heh. Give this feet. So the door's not open yet. Oh, we had to manually lift the... Alright. Moon logic, let's go. So it's small enough that we can get over it. You also have to understand that while a lot of this is silly and wouldn't be bad now, you know, in the era of online guides and... Fuck you. Sorry. That was the classic ambush with no way to prepare. Love that. That's never been annoying in any video game. Wow, sorry, that was really mean of me. But, like, this game came out in the era of, you know, gaming magazines. If you didn't know how to work something out, shrug! What the fuck?
Man, you toasted those dudes, but good. Thanks.
Don't mention it. What the hell is that anyway?
Just another one of Mishima's toys. Some sort of heavy-duty torture device. Pretty nasty, huh? Now how about lending me a hand in opening my cell?
How about some information first?
Speak.
I'm looking for someone. She's only been locked up in here for a couple of weeks.
An Asian girl?
Yes, that's right. You've seen her?
Oh, yeah. She's a hot little number. Feisty, too. Gave Mishima's goons a run for their money before they finally chased her down.
Do you have any idea where they took her?
Sure do.
I love
High
the
security
quick pan.
defense wing. I'll show you if you want. Got some business of my own to take care of there.
What kind of business?
The killing kind. Got a score to settle with the boss man.
Looks like we're in the same line of work. Any ideas on how to get you out of that cell?
Access card behind the Mishima logo. You passed it on the way in. Just follow the power conduit and blow up the control box.
Yeah. Would that I could, Jimami. Would that I could. Oh look, they got a little look at a little fun size one. Bring the kids to Torture Day. A fun size device. Okay. But that's the Mishima sign. Ow! Oh, there we go. That makes total sense. There's nothing about that that did not make sense.
Hey, get me out of this! Come on! What's taking so long?
Slowly saunters over to the controls.
About time. I'm ready for some action.
Oh, sorry, jumping back, Book was saying that it's wild this came out 2 years after Half-Life. It is, but they definitely went through dev hell. Which is why I'm trying not to wail on it too hard. This is one of those times where, like, my empathy as someone who has been in games, and the experience that I get as somebody playing that title, kind of at odds with each other.
Hey, man. Watch where you going.
What the fuck? What did you do? What did you do? I think I just got stabbed in the back. And Can, Watto, and welcome. Oh, I didn't save. No! Using the I'm not using, what was it, the vibro fist. Ow. This fucking game. Yeah, no, as Felix is pointing out, originally with this game you collected save crystals, and each of those was a save, which is something they saw as kind of like a way to stop the floating again. Ow. A way to stop the save load phenomenon. Oh man. If I get murdered again, it's snacky snack time. But it's also that interesting philosophy of, like, they saw saves as something that was undermining the experience rather than letting people experience it. I know I said experience twice there, but you know what I mean. Oh, cool. Guess I never found that first time. Good old typewriter ribbons. Well, it's interesting because, like, when you think about it, in things like this, the limited saves ends up detracting from the experience. With Resident Evil, it ends up like, it, for lack of a better term, accents it, right? And to an interesting degree, in Resident Evil, the lack of... Oh, I forgot about this bit! No one's having a good time with this. Oh, I barely scraped through there. 9 fucking health. Oh, I gotta do this cutscene again.
Man, you toasted those dudes, but good. Thanks.
Oh,
Don't mention it.
so gross.
What the hell is that anyway?
Just another one of Mishima's toys. Some sort of heavy-duty torture device. Pretty nasty, huh? Now how about lending me
You're
a hand
literally
and opening
in it.
myself?
Why are you pretending like
How
you've
about
never
some
seen it
information
before?
first?
Speak.
I'm looking for someone. She's only been locked up in here for a couple of weeks.
Hurt me. You hurt me good, buddy.
An Asian girl?
Yes, that's right. You've seen her?
Oh, yeah. She's a hot little number. Feisty, too. Gave Mishima's goons a run for their money before they finally chased her down.
Do you have any idea where they took her?
Yeah, I don't think they tortured him enough. I think
High
they...
security defense wing. I'll show you if you want. Got some business of my own to take care of there.
What kind of business?
The killing kind. Got a score to settle with the
The
boss
killing
man.
kind.
Looks like
where
we're
I
in
do
the
some
same line
killing.
of work. Any ideas on how to get you out of that cell?
Access card behind the Mishima logo. You passed it on the way in. Just follow the power conduit and blow up the control box.
Go to very jail. Okay, so we've got 9 health. So I'm going to save it here because it's probably going to get worse. It's worth noting this also launched on the N64 and I believe this also launched on the Game Boy Color. The Game Boy Color version never released in America due to poor sales of the main game. One thing that was really interesting, because last night before the end of stream, we were reading up on this and like what happened.
Taking so long?
And apparently, when they started production of Daikatana, they predicted. Oh, sorry. They spec'd this game to sell 25,000 copies.
About time. I'm ready for some action.
By the time it released, this game would have needed to sell 2.1 million copies to break even. That's not uncommon in video games, but just fucking terrible. So I forget how we have to go to controls. How do we give him weapons? Side. So get is G. Attack is V. I forget how we do this.
No way, Jose.
Okay. You know what, Kakazi? I will save just to shave another cutscene off. This is going to take a while. I have to absolutely...
No way, Jose.
Oh, okay, so P is like the... well, commands.
Hello. You could just ask me to move.
Oh, you could be fucking useful. So also, the I'm abusing the system. The infinite sass from these characters who get in the way and take your stuff and cause you to get murdered. This could be hard because these guys are hit scared.
I'm cool with that.
And I haven't assigned the keys yet to level up. I should probably fucking do that. Alright, a little bit of health. A little bit of health.
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Now we're talking!
Nasty.
Now we're having the Daikatana
Watch
experience.
out for the meat grinder, hero. It's slippery up there.
I can't leave without my buddy
Where to?
Superfly.
Our best bet is to cut across the crematorium.
You seem to know your way around here pretty well. Must have been in here a while, eh?
You could say that. I'm a former employee. Head Security Chief Superfly Johnson. At your service.
You worked here? Then why?
A pretty boy like you probably can't imagine the kind of crap that goes on behind closed doors. The constant torture and abuse of prisoners. Whacked out experiments to test folks' threshold of pain.
We've literally walked past this, but
Pretty
okay.
sick, sadistic stuff. At first, I turned a blind eye. But eventually I got fed up enough to speak out and confront my superiors. They rewarded me with a death sentence for what they labeled as insubordination and conspiracy against the state.
Figures. That seems to be the Mishima way.
Old Kaigi's about to get
That
a taste
seems
of
to
his
be the
own
Mishima
medicine.
way.
Because I aim to collect my severance in blood.
It's like, now we're getting to the meat of Daikatana. And yes, we do need a Daikatana soundboard. That seems to be the Mishima way. I'm gonna collect my severance in blood. God. Like, joking aside, I would love to sit down with old Romero and just be like, alright, money no question. You could remake this. Like, what would you do? Knowing what we know now about games creation. Hey, Jamami, it's a family
I don't
business.
get it. Why would Mishima need a crematorium inside his fortress?
Never figured that out myself. I always assumed it was a front for something, but for what? I don't know.
Maybe it's time we found out.
I just wanted to add like a lovely little detail for you all.
The Tekken Mishima way is just throwing your son's /dad into the volcano.
You're right. Also, what was that? Sorry, Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. I hope you're having a fucking good day. Sorry that Superfly interrupted your alert there. Just going, hello? I can't leave without my buddy Superfly. He's not actually told you his name yet, but alright, mate. I would love a Daikatana soundboard. But also, I wanted to point out, it is canon that Old Man Mishima, out of everybody, the only person he likes is Kuma the Bear. Kuma the Bear is the only person aside from himself that Mishima loves, and would probably name him his heir and son if he was legally allowed to. So I think if I do this,
I'm on it.
there we go. So you have to actually tell him to go and get weapons. You gonna fucking help, or...?
You could just ask me to move.
You didn't fucking do anything! Let me look at my controls. So keyboard. Oh, V is stay. Attack is M.
No way, Jose. You gotta be kidding.
I'm... Fucking coward.
Somebody call for backup. Stop that incessant clicking.
Kakazi has gifted a sub to my buddy Superfly! I can't leave without him. Friends, I can't leave without my buddy Superfly. Also, the doors here are all coffin-shaped. So I don't know if you can hear that. They're playing a mournful cover of the Doom theme. Oh, well, the first level of Doom theme.
Stop that incessant
I'm on it.
clicking.
Who?
In your own time, Superfly. In your own fucking time.
Whoa.
I can't get it open. Also, yeah, Unholy Glee. Nice. We're back to... So now there's guards and robo creatures. Like... You coming?
You gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding.
I have to look up. Come here is F.
Chill, dude, I'm coming. Suck it down!
Oh, now you're helping! Superfly. Well, I'm super fed up of your bullshit, and yet here we are.
You like pushing me around?
Hit scan bullshit. I do like pushing you around. It's one of my few simple joys in this world. But again, joking.
Gotta find a way to open this loading dock door. I got it. Don't want it. Nope, don't need it.
Sorry. The other thing that I do want to say is that the goal here wasn't to create an obnoxious, oversized man-child who shit-talks you the entire time. The goal was to create something that gives you a character to bounce off of and makes you feel like you're part of an experience, you know. How do you get rid of the whole lone soldier syndrome in FPS? Well, you give the person a teammate to work with, right? That was the intention behind Daikatana's sidekicks. It just fucking sucks. Sorry. I'm trying to be nice. I feel like that meme where they're like, be nice. I'm finding it. But yeah, there's so much of this that makes no sense. Do the bugs work for Mishima? Are they just naturally occurring? Like, okay, whatever this is fucking cool. Somebody spent like 2 days animating and making this look rad, and it looks rad as shit. But it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't glow like the other consoles we can use. The keyboard is on the fucking ground. This guy is just looking at Coffin Time. That's not even a good YouTube show.
Hey, man. Watch where you going.
You're in front of me! Alright, this is where I'm going to try and balance out the infuriation with the good times. I feel like I'm going to regret not turning on God mode for him any moment now. Put on a trench coat and solve some conspiracies. They're not the same team that made Daikatana.
I got it.
Wait, I thought we opened that. Or did we open the door back inside the crematorium? Gain experience and level up abilities. Will you choose rifles? Compute. Oh, but don't pick. Fuck. I'll have to dig that out, as I've completely forgotten. Yes, there are upgrades available, and I keep forgetting what to put them in. I think acro is jump. Because what I have to do is I have to assign. Oh, okay. HUD cycle is. Okay. Oh, I can use.
Hello?
Fuck's sake! Okay, I think I just put all my points in attack by mistake. All you can upgrade is strength? Yep. What about quests? I don't even know what it was we just opened. Yeah. Now, I am still haunted by the days when, if you didn't have the control guide, if you didn't have that little, like, one sheet piece of cardboard that would come with your game, like, good fucking luck playing. And Unholy Glee, I don't think they gave him any. And the thing is, I don't want to just... What is he trying to tell us? I guess that was supposed to go hit that. Like, Anachronox... Oh, get fucked. Anachronox had good VO direction. This was definitely something left in a... What am I supposed to do with this? Well, so, okay. Joking aside, the VO for this was definitely recorded completely out of step with what ended up happening with development, right? I wouldn't be surprised if the VO was recorded way earlier and then ended up being thrown out. I don't know what I'm supposed to do! Fuck! I'm trying to be nice! It's really fucking hard. Why is the keyboard on the floor? What is this thing? What's an aluminum falcon? It looks like we should be able to control something here. And we can't get into the shed. I tried. It's like, we've got to find another way to open it. Superfly, so fucking help me. Like this long corridor where Superfly just gets in your way. It's like, be nice. I'm trying. And Nick, I'd love to agree with you. Like an alternate theory on how this all came together. But we know the guy who played Tracer Tong is a really good voice actor. Yeah. Maybe we should probably get Nessa in there now. They're. It would at least be entertaining to see what kind of damage it does to him. It keeps pointing us here. So what is here? Also, fun fact, friends, if you didn't see we were talking about it yesterday. When was this second keyboard here? Ah! Fuck! It has been 24 years! Still hurting me! Woe betide this fucking robot coming around the corner. It does not know how many... Get fucked! Who else wants to die? Look, we always knew my sanity getting shredded by this wasn't only a possibility, but a fucking a surety.
This sucker's mine!
Ow.
You could just ask me to move.
I could do a lot of things. Mate, how did you think that was going to go?
Nope, don't need it.
You don't need it. Alright. You're lost, Dingus.
You gotta be kidding.
Oh, I'm sorry now. Did I just flood the whole base with poison gas? Why was this the poison gas button? I'm gonna save it and take a breath. Yeah, Kakazi, my sanity was always on the line for Slugfest. The whole point of Slugfest was in a non-Sharkian manner to test my sanity, and now we're fucking getting into it! So I'm gonna take a little breather and talk to you lot before I start saying very bad things loudly. What I will say is that, like, sometimes, especially for a small production and stuff like that, having like a teeny tiny VO cast and having to do things like cheap and cheerful is fine. Let us not forget Mr. Darren the Corb recording all of Bastion's VO in his flat in a wardrobe with a fucking duvet over it. Like, sometimes you make do with what you have. And I don't want to critique it as much, but the direction and how we interact with NPCs, we've learned so much since Daikatana. And I don't think we often give this the credit for being the groundbreaker that it was. Again, sometimes we just focus on the successes and go, oh, well, the industry is great and brilliant with no flaws because game X was perfect. Sometimes we don't talk about how we all learn a lot from Daikatana. Nick, I was saying earlier on that this is to NPCs what Jurassic Park Trespasser was to physics. Like, it tries, and it fucking fails. But it tried. And, you know, like you were saying earlier about nobody wants to have the whole ass keyboard dedicated to this stuff. Imagine playing this on the N64. Like, that was an exercise in misery and futility. Especially if you'd been playing fucking Perfect Dark before it. You know? Oh, and Scotty, I really appreciate how the menu music does not fucking fit anything else about this game. But it's a much needed breather in between the horrors of this adventure. Now, the one I'd love to put along side by side with this, as well as Oni, is, and I think I've spoken about this a few times, is Shogu Mobile Armor Division. Actually, let's see if there's a modern patch for that. Not for today, but for the future. Shogu Mobile Division. We'll just go mods. The fan patch these days on Nexus is usually always... Oh, wow. So apparently there's only one on... there's only one mod on Nexus. What have we got? Okay, there's actually a few good mods for... So there are some good mods for Shogu Mobile Armor Division. One of them is a co-op mod. Who wants to stare madness in the eyes and leap backwards into hell? Shogu isn't an awful game because of its thematics. It has a healing system based on critical hits and random. The way you heal is by getting headshots. But those headshots sometimes heal you, sometimes don't. It is a glorious flavor of nonsense. And the Shogu co-op mod came out, was last updated in 2023, which means it works. Fucking yo. You know what? We're coming back to that. To quote Taylor Swift, I'm coming back for you. But anyway, back to Daikatana. Again, I don't think that this game is often really talked about and how much it taught us. And in fairness, a lot of that was teaching us how not to do something. But it fucking tried. Even the thing that I really respect about it, even though it was a very bad idea, but one of the things I respect about it is how they stuck to their guns in terms of it being about you and your NPC companion. Like, that's the experience, right? Half-Life 2 is about Gordon Freeman, but occasionally Alex comes to hang out, and that's really fucking cool. But Alex isn't your responsibility to the same extent that these guys are. You tell them where to walk, you tell them how to attack, you tell them what weapons to use, you know, when to fart, when to leave, etc. If I remember rightly, when I played this through as a youngling, what I would do is I would tell them to stay where they were, rush ahead with a katana, murder everything, come back, bring them to the next room, and tell them to wait there. That was how I cleared Daikatana as a youngling. But again, I couldn't tell you shit about that game. Oh, this game, I should say. Like, Jedi Knight, know it, love it, brilliant. Max Payne, fucking great experience. You know? Hell, I even remember the final levels of Doom and Doom 2. Apart from being mad at the NPCs, I remember nothing of Daikatana. My brain decided that was one of the things I was allowed to forget. Okay. Oh, actually, so friends, I'm going to take a quick pee break and get myself like a little snack and some water or something before we continue, because I got the hankering for some snacking. This game's going to drive me up the wall. You know that, right? Like, you know that, right? Oh, and Avenger. I don't believe I said a hi howdy. So, whatto and welcome. Watch me unravel. Superfly Johnson style. Back in a sec. Hello, friends. So, Fiona is passed out cold, and there isn't anything snackable that I can grasp without waking up the house, except for spicy Doritos. So, I want to beg your forgiveness for the upcoming crunch, but I need a little something to snack on, you know? So, I'm sorry. I'm usually anti-crunch, especially for streams, but this is kind of almost a needs-must scenario. But I got water. I accidentally got the spicy kind of Doritos. Well, okay, spicy for me kind of Doritos, so it's not like I can crunch too heavy. Okay. So, I realised I've kind of been blitzing through this and I haven't been taking a lot of y'all's points and comments into consideration. So, is there anything so far that you wanted to say about this that I haven't mentioned or we haven't talked about? Because this is a good time. And it gives me a chance to have some battle snacks. Before we really start to... before we really start to get into the mess of it. And Orzine, do you know what? It doesn't even matter what game that's for. I'm happy for you. Alright. Friends, this is the calmest it's going to be all stream. So now's the time to ask questions, bring up games industry nonsense. Now is the time for banter. Cool. Guild Wars 2, very cool. Way cool. Very happy for you. Oh, and I wanted to just jump back. Zenro, I think what Nick meant when talking about like the Excel spreadsheet is getting a whole list of like barks with no direction, no info. Just, this is the line, tick when done. Because like, I was explaining to somebody yesterday about like, if you'll forgive the term, what we used to call the Widowmaker, which was a huge test plan that would be done for any game we were releasing. And it wasn't the incremental testing, it was the, alright, this is the, is it good to go out the door? Does everything work? Where you would test every single aspect of the game. Does a unit go forward? Does it go back? Can it go left, right, up, down? You know, can it walk? Can it run? Anything that the user could make happen, anything that's supposed to happen is in that. Oh. And Angel Cleaner, I'm doing good, right? Like the craziness of yesterday, from the dog wrangling, fire alarm, and then the unexpected pure chaos of day one of Slugfest. Like, I put my head down last night and I was like, you know what? There's nothing else to be doing on the PC. I'll turn that off. I'm gonna go watch some telly on the couch, and I was out like a light. So, what a bizarre amount of energy today. Which is good, you know? Got to celebrate the wins when we have them. Alright, friends. Let's get back into this. Oh, damn it, Superfly.
I'll be there in a sec.
Oh, so this isn't the thing we got earlier. This is a rocket launcher, I guess? Oh. Ironically, the same kind of design as we saw in the Gunman Chronicles, but not as good. Wait, what the fuck is down here? I take a tiny break, and now I forget where the fuck we're supposed to be going. You're not wrong, Scotty, you're not wrong. Oh. Oh, no. Is Superfly about to be dead? Place bets now. Alright. See you later, mate. Splat! 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 Oh, you're actually attacking me. Sorry! Sorry I exploded Dave. I thought he was a problem. This is the old soup place. The first official endorsement of Slugfest. And yeah, Fred, we've been on Daikatana, and oh boy, has it been an experience. I've just started to get to the point where I'm losing my shit at Superfly. How are you, friend? Right, authorized personnel only. We're supposed to go under the floorboards? This fucking game. Ah yes, and Nick, yeah, dude, where's my Carthage? Yes, that's next up on the Slugfest docket. I'm not sure if it's the soundtrack making those weird robot noises or if it's me. But yeah, so Fred, it has been a day. The one thing that keeps making me laugh is that the villainous corporation of this is also the Mishima Corporation. And finding out that the only person that Mishima, Granddaddy Mishima, actually likes isn't any of his children, it's Kuma the fucking bear. Makes me so happy. Oh, and Phyllis makes a good point, like, to solve the problems that Daikatana introduced, we developed the tech, or the idea of, if you get too far from your NPC, like, partner, they just teleport to you out of sight. It's hard to remember what it was like before that. And for as much as this is driving me up the fucking wall... I just realised we might be in trouble because Superfly is still there. And I think that water's going to kill me if I walk in. I think Superfly's in trouble. I think Superfly's not supposed to be there.
I'm cool with that. I'll hang. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah,
Hey, hero!
Are you stuck, buddy? Do we need to load the save?
You gotta be kidding.
No, we don't need Vibro Fist. Oh yeah, no, it's bad down here.
Just ask me to move.
Go up the ladder! No! No! Okay. Okay. This is not going well. Rocket jump!
No! Busted into pieces. What do we do now?
Worth it! Fucking worth it! What are you doing?
You could just ask me to move.
I love this. I love this.
Wow, that's pretty gross.
It's Doritos, you shit! It's what I've got for snacks.
I'm just gonna wander around a bit. Say bye-bye to life, you miserable maggots.
He's just living his best life. Okay. So we got him down here. Now what the fuck do we do?
I'm on it. You gotta be kidding.
So hey Ship, so far this has hurt me emotionally and a little bit
Go
mentally.
ahead. I'll wait here.
But John Romero... No, you know what? I've been trying to make sure that this whole thing isn't just like a cheap joke at Romero's expense, you know what I mean? I'm trying to make sure that we're talking about like the fact that this, for all its faults, you know, there was a real intent to make something awesome with this. I wouldn't say that they necessarily succeeded, but they certainly tried. And I have no idea what the fuck we are supposed to do in here. 2 doors, both locked. No obvious signs of destruction. We can get up onto these platforms, but then where do we go from there? The fuck even is this game? So yeah, so Haze Shift, I'm trying to balance out the fucking Superfly nonsense with this. Also, I'm gonna cheeky save it because I decided I wasn't gonna limit my saves for this run. Anyways, right, where are my manners? And I'm stuck in my face. Hey Shift, Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Tell me your tales. It is day 2 of Slugfest. Things have already gotten gloriously out of hand. But certainly not as crazy as yesterday. I did have a little... In a good way, I did have a little cry in the bathtub yesterday. Like, I was fine. And I was like, you know what? There's nothing else to be doing. I'll have a little soak, and then I'll have a little snooze. And I just cried in the bathtub, and then went to bed. As I said, I put on Fargo, the TV series. And I can tell you that Martin Freeman is in it, and then pass the fuck out. Well, actually, Nick, I do owe the Longship well, I say a hot tub stream, but definitely a tub stream. It may happen. And Phyllis, I appreciate the offer. I'm just afraid. The idea of having like one of those inflatable hot tubs and it popping scares me. What are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a fucking vent up there! There's nothing that lights it. But how am I supposed to get in? Fucking kidding me. I can't see. I love that these lights don't actually light anything. They're just textures. Weirdest Sea of Thieves land party stream ever. This fucking game. This Moon Logic incarnate bullshit. We should change it to this before I blow my own fucking face off. Like, it'll come the fuck on! What the fuck is happening? Like that movie, come the fuck on. Okay. At least now we know what we're doing.
You go ahead. I'll wait here.
Could have used the laser beam to guide the way. Because again, these little lights are just decorative. They don't light anything. John's been pretty honest about that. So Lawrence, we just got Superfly, but we don't yet have the Daikatana. So it's an experience. And now I'm just trying not to get mulched by these. God, I can't wait for us to do our like Christmas playthrough of Half-Life and stuff. Fucking palate cleanser to this bullshit. But as much as I hate to admit it, you're right. For everything this game is, it is also a gift.
Look alive, folks. Here they come.
I'm like, we could also stand to see a few more games, taking a few more risks, you know what I mean?
Where is that boy?
Intruder alert! Sound the alarm!
Oh, there we go. Come, Superfly Johnson! Our friendship demands violence!
Great job, hero.
It's so weird because, like, being a Deus Ex fanboy, all I can hear are the Deus Ex sound effects.
These bodies in here.
Alright, one VO line at a time, mate. But anyway, so Lance, how's it going with you? Tell me your tales, friends.
Hello?
You know what? Superfly Johnson would have loved John Wick. Get this man a gun! Hello? I take it back, he farts with a spoon. I take it all back. Take it all back. Good Lance. I'm glad the NPCs are constantly talking, so I always know what they're thinking, right?
Look alive, folks. Here they come. And that, and that, and that!
Where did you even find that?
Intruder alert! Sound the alarm!
Does he just match my gun? Oh, he's not allowed explosives. Yeah, he's the kid that's not allowed, he's not allowed anything other than the safety scissors.
Watch your back!
I'll also say, one thing that people commented on for Rage, the id Software, like, bizarre... What's that about? Oh, see, you never know if something's important or decoration. Right, but yeah, the id Software, like, post-apocalyptica. The fascinating thing about that was that... Oh, I better save. For all its stupid story, you know what? It got the shoddy too hotty, and it got all of the nonsense spot on. Like, hey, we safety scissors kids have feelings too. It's fine. You can do me some macaroni art about it. Wow, these games are turning me into a massive bitch. Oh, not anymore. Not after the glue incident. Yeah, I heard about that. You know, they never got those two twins unstuck. And Verdenflow, what a unwelcome friend. How goes it? Okay. So we can't open this. It's covered in glass. We can't shoot the glass.
Get off me.
Because of course we can't. Except for when we can. But sorry, the reason why I mention this is that for all the critiques that people had of Rage, everybody, without question, everybody loved the shotgun. This is the equivalent. I forget what it's called. It's like the shot slinger or something. And it's a double barrel shotgun, and it fires like 3-4 times in a row. It fires 6 shots a turn. But it really has this vibe of like kids in the playground being like, oh, you have a shotgun? I have a double barrel shotgun. Oh, well, I have a 6-barrel shotgun that shoots everything all at once. Cool, I guess. But it doesn't...
Crawling through vents. Fun.
It's your game, dickhead! Sorry. That just came out of me. But, this doesn't feel like you're shooting 3 versions of the super shotgun from Doom. This feels like... I don't know. It feels like someone's kid explaining to you a video game weapon. And you can't stop it once it's started, you've just got to kind of deal. Yes, the shot cycler, thank you, Wazine. And yeah, Verdun, there are a few things they got this engine to do, like transparencies, like metallic reflections and stuff. Oh, and anything involving dynamic lighting, like check this out. They fucking love it. Also, that's the first time we've been able to shoot open a vent. Shooting open vents has not been a consistent thing for us.
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Where the fuck is he? Superfly? Where the fuck are you?
Say what? You could just ask me to move.
That is definitely something the mod has added as a quality of life upgrade. I just want to say that now. That was not in the original. Okay, Baron, have fun, to be continued. And Orzine, the thing I keep thinking of is like, what if we'd gotten Romero's Quake? Because Orzine was saying, they wonder what this would have looked like in like Quake 1, right? And I keep thinking about like all the story beats that John wanted to put into Quake and other titles, but couldn't because of the combination of like budget and John Carmack being like, no one cares about story. Man, these widescreen textures are not doing you any favors, Superfly.
Hey, that's your ass later.
We do not have that kind of relationship. Fucking hit scan weapons.
Watch your back!
Yeah, actually, Orzine, that is a good point. Time to use Superfly as a human shield, because I just realized I only have 20 health. Cheat this. There we go.
Oh, this is nice. View the dead body and watch it burn up all at once.
Also, these guys do kind of look like malnourished
You could just ask
Marines
me to
from
move.
Quake. Oh, okay, this way. Fuck you, game. Fuck! Superfly, this isn't for you! Push me off my fucking platforming. Okay, so now we can break open vents consistently. Alright. I do think at some point, Orzine, going through Doom 3 might not be a bad shout. Because it's interesting, because again, Doom 3 had its own flavour
Okay.
of...
Starting to feel like a rat.
Like, not as necessarily as bad as this, but... God. Doom 3 did try for a bunch of stuff that did not work. Like, definitely on the way ahead of its time meter. Wait, are we supposed to be going this way? Oh, of course, the pathway behind the incinerator. Oh. Missed the fucking come here button. F.
I'll be there in a sec. I'm on my way.
Get in the fucking van! Well, so, Fred, you're right. The game palette in this is super dark. And you see in areas like this, they were super proud of how they were doing this, like, coloured lighting and stuff like that, but sometimes they forgot there are places which we can't see. Because if the coloured lighting's not doing its thing, then it's just dark. And yeah, Evil Geek, we have spent, assuming we started around the 2-hour mark, we've spent 3, nearly 4 hours sans Katana. One might think, or even fairly expect there to be
I got it.
a Katana in Daikatana. But I don't know, maybe I'm just being... Maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't know. There are rumblings that the Romeros are going to be working
Watch where
on
you
an
going.
are going to be working on an FPS. The fuck are you?
Suck it down!
It's, sorry, just kind of going back to it, it's like, no context is given for any of these things that we're fighting, right? Some of them are obvious, but some of them do not make any fucking sense. Why are there robo-rats? Notice that this is the first time we've encountered breakable glass. There's no consistency in this. Hang on, let me just save it, because I want to see if there's anything outside of here.
Maybe
Indeed.
you can open it from the other side.
Maybe you can open it from these nuts. Oh, as I'm sure you all well know, the ion pistol can't be used in water because it explodes, you know. That well-known common occurrence. God, we haven't even gotten out of the first time period yet. I forget how fucking long this game is. Someone get this man a gun! What's up? We wanted Lawrence Fishburne, but we couldn't afford him. Oh, you know. And again, Ozine, like, as much as this is doing me a fucking damage, I didn't bring this up today just to be snarky. I do want to celebrate the stuff it does really well. And, you know, the fact that it's kind of dumb fun, a little mindless dumb fun, but it's fun if you're playing it co-op, kind of speaks to how there was an intent to this. I just got some fucking thing. Oh, goody. The rats based on the kids from Screamers, like, alright. Oh, yeah. God fucking damn it! Cry for me, Fruberfly!
Goodbye, hero.
Sob for my passing. Okay, so Varbles, this was one of the things... Okay. More like super cry. That does fit. But no, so one of the things that I know Megaran's talked a lot about is kind of how bad a lot of the stereotypes for black folks have been in video games. That Barrett Wallace isn't bad, but he kind of leans into the, like, angry heavy weapons guy stereotype, which we adopted from, I would say from Predator. Right? Like, Barrett's very much part of that archetype, and Superfly is that and then some, right? Alright, I can't blame Superfly for that one.
Hero is dead. So I guess you won't be needing these shoes.
No!
This sword. Hey, is that some gold in your pocket?
What the fuck? No! What the fuck? Yeah, he did just loot my body D&D style. The rat spits missiles. Fucking course it does.
Hello. Maybe you can open it from the other side.
I just did!
Oh! Hero's been busted into pieces. What do we do now?
I'm not even mad about Dionews, I'm just listening to Superfly lose his shit. Loot my fucking corpse! These death lines are something special. Absolutely something special. The rat shoots missiles. And what the fuck is this beholder-looking bastard?
Hero!
Bring it on! Bring it on!
I'm still dry. What the? Mishima's chopping up dead bodies. What for?
I don't know how to tell you this, friends. Soylent Green, people. Doritos, also probably people. Yeah, Advent burgers. Okay, Sinful, go get some sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? God, this game is something special. No. Doritos don't actually come from Earth. That's the big secret.
You like pushing me around?
Also, Missile Rat's here for some reason.
Watch your back! Pretty revolting, huh?
I will say, for everything this game sort of is or is not, where if that helped at all? It does not come close to the Strograth scene from, I want to say, Quake 4. Like, that shit will always be haunting. Damn it, Missile Rat! Those robots are not having a good time.
Get off me!
I don't know, Fred. Probably sounds like the kid deserves it. I mean, oh, maybe he doesn't. Like, he's no devil, right?
Bring it on!
And he's not going to literally turn into a demon straight from hell, right? Right? I'll also say, this was a real good example of how far we've come with dynamic soundtracks as well. This game does not know when to go hard. soundtrack. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? What new fresh hell did the dogs get into? You know what they sound like? They sound like the fucking angels from Evangelion. Why? Why do they sound like that? What are we even doing? What's an aluminum falcon?
Wow. Human meat? An oven? Not good.
Do you want me to spell this out for you, Superfly, or...?
Hey, man. Watch where you going.
There's a missile launching rat! And I am very dying. Man, you know what? A couple of these burgers fix me right up. Just saying.
This looks like a burger press. Oh, God.
You work it out yet? You need me to... I've eaten worse. Alleged Watto and welcome. We're not even close to the Roman section. We've been at this for hours. I haven't even gotten the aforementioned katana of Daikatana. Currently I have Dai Vibrati Fist, which, I'm going to level with you, does not have the same ring to it. Fred says, Will, why does the missile launching rat surprise you? What are they supposed to use? A trebuchet? Tiny siege weapons? Why is there such heavy defenses in the fucking freezer?
You could just ask me to move.
Tell you what, you kill the rat, then we'll talk. How about that? I keep forgetting that this is also the philosophy of you're always supposed to be using the biggest weapon all the time. This game never really hit upon the idea of, like, every weapon has its suitability. Like, every weapon has a place it should fit. They were just like, bigger, just bigger. What about splash damage? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just bigger weapons.
Nope, don't need it.
Huh. Okay, Fred, you joke, but while I was nipping to the bathroom on my little break, the Elden Ring meme is at nearly 250,000 views. It's over 300,000. What the fuck? Also, the underlying noise in this track sounds like the dog's getting into something they're not supposed to.
Would come up with something like this.
Well, actually, I can tell you, as a team called Ion Storm, the rats are missile proof. Johnson's fucking help me! Oh, you're fine, shut up. I know I joked about us doing like the complete experience and not having friendly fire turned on for sidekicks. I'm so glad we didn't. I'm so glad we didn't. It would have taken
I've
us.
always just come in through the shipping area straight to the teleporter. I had no idea what was going on behind these walls. You could just ask me to move.
Sure.
Here's where the real fun begins.
Oh. That's right. Superfly, you can stay there. You don't need to come with. We're good. We're cool. Oh no, you didn't find any secrets. However will I cope? And it says that level only took 7 minutes, but it felt a lot longer. I like the fact that...
Man, I forgot how cold this place gets.
What's the deal? Where are we?
Research complex.
So why the chill?
They use nitrogen gel to keep the computers at the right temperature. There's a massive sheet supercooling the entire room. Kills on contact. One touch of the stuff, and we're out of business.
Wonderful. Anything else I should know?
Place is crawling with floating death spheres. We'll also come across lab workers armed with seriously heavy-duty spray guns that shoot out some nasty biohazardous toxins.
We'll just have to see how tough these lab boys really are. Let's rock.
Hey, hero!
That was somebody's job.
Now entering a biohazardous zone.
I do like how
You like pushing me around?
they have the warning messages in English and Japanese.
Bring it on! Bring it on!
Floating death spheres, of course. With that run, the dude had to be
That's
handled.
the machine that makes sure the nitro gel vats are always full.
Oh, wait, cool. Sorry, Numbers was just saying that the Japanese is actually accurate. Lovely. Oh. Blue keycard! Oh man, I haven't seen you since Doom. How are you doing? Blue door, blue keycard. Now we're home. Yeah, no, Vernon, I'll absolutely say hi for you.
Next time Nessa grumbles about knowing more about Shaka CV talk, tell her it could be worse. We could be looking for something like this smile.
Seriously, I hope Nessa is taking some time off now that Endoparasitic 2 is like out in the world. But I want to show them this. I want them to know it could have been much, much worse. And again, Nessa got to work with H. Bomber Guy on that one, which I'm still kind of a little blown away on. Bye, Superfly. Be lucky this is the remake. Well, this is the upgraded version. But I don't know if you've noticed, like, I've stopped paying attention. Like, the environment has no logic to it, right? This all has fuck all rhyme and reason. And so, there's nothing really to pay attention to. I'm kind of just coasting.
Get off me.
And that's for someone that, like, looks for things to appreciate in games. I can't imagine what, like, the 90s era lot must have... Yeah, well, I can... You know what I mean.
You could just ask me to move.
The 90s era philosophy of this would have involved people just being incensed and bored. Again, we've come so far when it comes to like level design and stuff like that. So Fred was pointing out that one area where games as a whole are still behind a lot of the time is games like still use like the Japanese aesthetic to show near future. Yeah, we never got out of kind of worshipping cyberpunk, and cyberpunk was based on the idea that, well, okay, we've talked about this many times. You all know, just in case somebody doesn't, that when William Gibson wrote like the Sprawl trilogy, it was a time when like the Japanese economy was booming. You know, if it had continued on the trajectory, they were set to overtake the US and things like that. And so he tried to look into the future where like the Japanese corporations were the ones that ruled everything. And that's where a lot of that aesthetic comes from. But a lot of people copied his aesthetic without understanding where it was coming from, and it comes across as a little bit not cool, gotta say. Now, Varbles, I don't disagree with a good turn brain game off. A turn brain game or turn brain off game. I didn't even turn my brain on for that sentence. Fuck. I'm not critiquing that. It's just you can understand why people went through frustration and then boredom in terms of how this is paced. Again, we've learnt how to pace games better. You can see how, by the way it was presented, they had a big flowchart on a whiteboard that was like, introduction, swamp level 1, swamp level 2, base level 1, base level 2, ice lab, like throwing things at the board. There was no real through line to represent what was going on. We haven't at any point had the video game equivalent of an establishing shot. We only got to see a little bit of the city. You know, I talk about this every year when we play through Half-Life, but Half-Life's opening shows you where you're going to be going in real time. Like, it's fucking perfect. This is pulling its inspiration from, you know, anime and from, you know, Leinfeld era comics where, who was saying that? Lance was saying, yeah, where everyone is miserable and mad at everything all the time and it's always raining. As an aside to an aside, and you know, friends, hang on, I just need to roll these up. Sorry about this. Okay. I don't know film and television like I know games, but one thing that is giving me hope in that sphere is seeing how well that the adaptation of Shogun has done, because that was so authentic, and it was so fucking good. Tell you what, Jackie, tell you what Neuromancer did teach us. Hack the Gibson. Okay. I slipped off the fucking pipe. That's why we save. Still want to get that on. Kind of.
Get off me!
I have to admit, I have very much come to change my tune when it comes to discussing Snow Crash, because it used to drive me up the wall. But there's a few things that I've really come to appreciate about it. Predominantly that it was also looking at the current state of things. Fucking open up! It was looking at the current state of things and going, you know what? If it really was like the dystopian future, here's how it really would end up, right? And yeah, you know, it has a character called a hero protagonist. They knew what they were about. What? Oh, I hate this. Fuck you. But here's the guy. This guy is called Hero with no sense of irony. Also, apparently Superfly doesn't care if I freeze to death. The other thing is, we've all played FPS games where the ground is slippy, and they do that kind of like, hello? Get this man. Where they do kind of like the icy feel in games to give you that feeling like you're slipping and sliding. With this one, when you slip and slide, has no consistency.
Hey, that's your ass, lady.
Damn ice physics, but you can't really call it ice physics here. It's just fucking bad physics. Got it. I found the shockwave. Oh, good. Alright, I am parkouring. There's another place to go, is there? You know, Jackie, while I'm playing it, I didn't notice that they're constantly spinning, but let me tell you, the amount of times I've looked over to see what gun I'm using and I can't work it out, because it's at the mid-spin, that's so weird. It does go, this door won't open! Which is equal to my frustration as well. I might be fucking stuck. Try dropping down onto this. Oh, there we go. So obvious. How did I not realise? I just wipe out all of my armor there in one shot, by the way. Oh, sorry, I don't want to use the Vibra Fist. What the fuck? Numbers, have a lovely rest of your night, friend, and I hope you had a good time with this. Like, I know it's proper fucking nonsense, but... yeah, it's so hard to know what weapon you're using when you look at the eye. You know what? And now that you've pointed out, I can't see anything other than the infinitely spinning guns.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Notice how that thing isn't like any other door texture we've encountered. Oh, okay, Jamami, go get some sleep. Fucking thank you. Like, I hope you had a great time with this. To be continued. And to those of you who are at this point VOD watchers, happy Slugfest. How are you doing? It is nice to be reminded of why Half-Life is so fucking brilliant. Yo, what year did Jedi Knight come out? Because I'm just thinking about, like, games that predominantly had you using a melee weapon that were also kind of cool sci-fi based. And you know what? You have to go through, I think, the full of Nar Shaddaa before you get a lightsaber. But when you do, it kind of fucking slaps. Like, I love that you get the lightsaber without any, like, training or anything. Alright, you lot are all taking the chronic piss right now. Something Dark Forces. Do you mean Strider? What I will say, Fred, is Strider does not get the respect or the love it deserves for being fucking awesome. Ah, do you hear that, friends? He is so quiet without Superfly. And again, imagine all of this and Superfly could still die. Also, friends, I was just looking at the UI setup. What's the difference between power and attack, do you reckon?
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Come on, Superfly. I know you can teleport now. Okay, so Dark Forces 2 was 1997. Shit, 3 years before this. Oh, that's the Superfly delivery method, alright. But yeah, so what's really interesting about, like... So, obviously, Daikatana and Star Wars are not the same level of quality. That's fine. But what's interesting is that Daikatana literally has Katana in the title, right?
I'm on my way!
Why are you? You were pissing around at the fucking pub. And Dark Forces 2 has Jedi in the title. Jedi Knight.
Chill, dude, I'm coming!
Like, both have something iconic about their, like...
Chill, dude, I'm coming!
Swear to God! Johnson, the fucking lift!
I'll be there in a sec. Chill, dude, I'm coming!
Now I'm gonna back a fucking lift! He flies now! He flies! Going to choke you. Come here. No! No! Back! Back down! He was finally here! Come on. Come on. Scream. I will not yell. Superfly Johnson is taking me to fucking hell!
Hey, that's your ass, lady. Chill, dude, I'm coming!
No! Get back to the fucking lift!
Chill, dude, I'm coming!
Okay, I'm gonna try your way, Kakazi. Send the lift back up.
I'm on my way.
Okay, now it's getting back down here. Why? How? I'm just gonna walk away and see if he realizes the error of his ways.
I'll be there in a sec. I'll be there in a sec.
It's alright, I can't leave without my buddy Superfly Johnson.
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna drag his corpse around. I'm gonna Weekend at Bernie's Superfly Johnson. Okay, sometimes, though, when I start, he ends up on here. I have an idea.
I'll hang.
Yes! You absolute horseshit bastard monster. You are 87 dog shits in an old coat. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Chill, dude, I'm coming.
I will not chill.
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
What the fuck is it?
Chill, dude, I'm coming.
He's fine.
Hey, there's your girl. But we still have a ways to go before we can get her.
How would you know?
Say what?
Dingus McGingus. Like, notice that when we got told she was being kept in, like, the prison in cryo storage, none of this setup makes even a lick of sense. Oh, actually, good point, Jackie. Save it. Forget we're playing old games.
Getting close to that supercomputer complex. There'll be lots of cryo around, so be careful.
Sounded mildly concerned there.
Save out of life, you miserable maggots.
Sorry, I was trying to process what was essentially Darth Vader on a bouncy castle there.
Hey, that's your ass later.
You have no legs to stand on, Superfly, after I had to coach you on how to go up and or down. You owe me. You owe me times of my... Oh, no! Lance, did it auto-generate that, or did you write the check out this clip of Viking Blonde streaming Daikatana? Unholy Glee, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright?
Mikiko.
Who?
I'm Hiro Miyamoto. I came at your father's request. I'm here to rescue you.
My father. Where is he?
Super dead.
I'm afraid he's dead.
The virus?
No. Mishima's assassins got to him. I'm
Two
sorry.
ninjas who are also brothers.
Save your mourning for later. We need to get a move on before any more inmates arrive.
What about Daikatana?
Look, I risked my neck saving you. Let's just concentrate on getting you out of here. The sword can wait.
No, it can't.
Listen to the man, lady. He's making sense. This ain't no time to get greedy.
Isn't it? The sword in question is worth more than 4 million credits.
Well then, looks like we're going after the sword after all. As long as I get my cut, of course.
Don't worry, you'll get what's coming to you.
I'm with her.
Assuming we can even find the sword.
Don't sweat it. I know where Mishima keeps his private collection of rare antiques. Gold from ancient Rome, Grecian urns, rare Egyptian jewels, you name it.
Foreshadowing!
Anything of real value, he stores inside the vault.
Good. Then I suggest we cut the chatter and pick up our pace. The sooner we get the sword, the sooner we can leave this place.
Don't you love it when you show up to the function and everyone has accidentally worn exactly the same outfit?
Congrats, you now have to babysit 2 poor AI.
Yeah. What a treat. What a treat. Bullshit, we've been playing this for 18 minutes. Bullshit.
This is it. Welcome to the vault.
If the Daikatana's here, we'll find it.
The soundtrack does not fit.
Stop pushing me around. Did you hear something?
It's me trying to get you a weapon, but alright. Jesus. Everyone's a bloody critic today.
Not a chance. This is the most fortified part of the complex, so we're in for a little action. Not a chance. Take cover.
I'm so glad we turned friendly fire off. Oh, they know what they did. It's not opening the...
Man, watch where you going.
It's not opening the door. I think we're in trouble. Of course, the giant vent. How did I not know? Oh my word. It's just, it's throwing too much at me. And... If it wasn't for Slugfest, I would definitely be a lot more of a, air quotes, irate gamer at this moment. Oh, that's where we just were. Oh! There was a... So that opens that, which we then have to run to before it disappears. You know, standard stuff. Why the timers on a ladder? Because fuck you, that's why. Welcome to Daikatana. That's the reason for everything here.
Consider it mine.
Where are you?
On my way. Consider it mine.
How are you there? Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna stop asking questions.
Hey, watch where you're going.
It's quite literally the I'm happier not knowing.
Fine. I'll wait here.
Yeah, again, I did not expect Daikatana was going to have anything resembling good, but...
Not a chance.
But, yeah.
We need to get through this door somehow.
Where the fuck is Superfly? Of course. It all makes so much sense now! Actually, I need to be a lot less blasé than I'm being right now, because dying means replaying. And we haven't even picked up the fucking sword yet. It's like if... I don't know. There's not even a comparison. I was going to say, it's like if in Lord of the Rings, they didn't pick up the fucking ring until... I don't know. Like the third fucking movie. None of the... Okay. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Woosa. Breathe. Woosa. Let us remind ourselves. I was trying to find some of the things to be inspired by in this. Some of the things to take forward. Not just to rage. It is very hard that the more time I spend with it, the more, as I was saying earlier, that I spend as a user. And in this game, the more time I spend as a user, the harder that it is to not want to scream at this. Honestly, I just keep thinking how much I am desperate now to play Deus Ex with you all. You know, the good one. Woosa. Woosa. Like, we're still in episode 1, The Vault. But yeah, the thing that I was about to rage out was, in an earlier section, we encountered a cracked tube like that, and we had to bust it open as part of the puzzle. But we don't do that here because of reasons. Here, we had to shoot the fan, which makes sense now in modern parlance, but bearing in mind, there was never a point in this game before where we had to, air quotes, shoot the fan. Excuse me with that. Like,
look alive, folks. Here they come.
This is a great example of like having consistency in what you create. Guy's the least.
Look alive, folks. Here they come.
It's like this. Is this a door we open? There's a ladder that goes up.
Something scares.
Oh, friends, I am so sorry. I feel the need to apologize for this VO, even though I'm not the one that made it. You know what I mean?
Hey, good going, hero. We're getting nowhere with this damn broken computer.
And it's weird, I can still hear the ghost of Superfly talking to us, even now.
Look alive, folks. Here they come.
The ghost of Superfly haunts me even to this day. Some folks say if you get real close to the box copy of Daikatana and cup your ears to it, you can still hear him say, "Hello!"
Hey, watch where you're going.
Oh. So Vernon Float, who is it? Is it like a known voice actress or just somebody who just did this game? Because one thing that was fascinating is that almost everybody from Jedi Knight was just a nobody actor. And those peeps brought the fucking thunder. Of course, I'm sure that button was vitally important. Later on, we do get to choose which of the two companions we want to have with. And it's like, which one is upsetting us more? The Lass or Superfly? Oh, of course. She was Sandra Renton in Deus Ex. Huh. That makes a bizarre amount of sense.
Complete destruction.
Do a little exploring. We have to find a way.
Oh. I've lost all sense of logic. I've lost all sense of what is up, what is down. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna save it because this is absolute physics death. But yeah, it's... So her voice actor is Deborah Jolly. You know what? I'm gonna look up Deborah Jolly because I think we could all use a little moment away from this. Look, I put this on to like oh shit. It's in Space Cowboys as well. Okay. Okay, we've been talking a lot of shit, but she was in Inspector Mum. And was a generic citizen in Deus Ex Invisible War. Was a skeleton doctor in Roseanne. Moose said, I'd like to point out and remind you that the options at the beginning had a setting for a character called Mikoko Fly. Do you think that was replacing Mikoko's lines with Superfly's lines? Okay. I'll hang out in the save screen for a sec. Oh, no, Fred, and I don't mean to level this at... Like, this is definitely something that was done, you know, at behest of direction, right? And I'm not saying we should excuse it, but it comes from that 2000s era where, like, the lack of self-awareness when it came to, like, how we were representing stuff was just completely lost. Especially on white blokes. You know? I don't think that her character design or how her character is being portrayed was intended to be obnoxious or offensive. I mean, it doesn't... It's not... I'm not saying this as an excuse, as a lot of people do. And again, I don't want to level the critique at. It's just... So much of Daikatana was this, like... weeb... Like... Japan worship filtered through, like, second wave anime nonsense. Yeah, so Fred was saying, and I quote, you have a Japanese coded character, you have Japanese coded names, and overly fake Chinese accent. It's very 90s. Yeah, I mean, we've been told that the character, that she is the daughter of, like, this dude from one of the samurai clans. He's from the good guy. So the dad was from the good guy clan, not the bad guy clan. And the bad guy clan managed to trick the good guy sword guy into making the Daikatana because he was so good at doing katana that means he's great at making swords, and he made one so good that it could travel through space and time because of reasons. And she's been trained from birth to be able to wield the Daikatana. Standard stuff. Huh, Angel Cleaner. Way cool. I know it's a weird one to cite, but I'm kind of... Oh, yeah, no, Fred. You can tell that the original concept for Daikatana was definitely put forward in the 90s, like the edgy, late-night, super violent, like, anime stuff that was coming across from Japan. You know, Cyber City Oedo, Guyver, not MacGyver, Guyver. God, I'm trying to think of a couple of the others, those, like, late-night super nasties. I guess Bubblegum Crisis to an extent. Appleseed, Dominion. This was definitely taking its cues and inspirations from those without really knowing. Yeah, Fred. Fucking Ninja Scroll. Ninja Scroll was the best thing ever! Ninja Scroll is incredibly problematic. It's not bad. Sorry, jumping back, Evil Geek was... Man, that really sucks. She's been trained since birth to wield the Daikatana. So I guess she's going to get the Daikatana. There's no reason why we, random nobody McGee, would be handed the Daikatana. Well, Fred, you're right that Ninja Scroll did come later, but it was... Ninja Scroll is kind of perfect as an example of that era. And very few people saw Cyber City Oedo. And yeah, it was definitely earlier than Boogie Pop Phantom, but... And also, I don't like how it's changed the whole music from that really calm setup to this, like, mildly ominous nonsense. Not cool. I'm gonna move over here so I don't have to listen to a save screen that's making me feel anxious. But one thing to understand is, like, even with anime conventions having been around since first wave anime and stuff like that, like, the anime community did not have good self-awareness. We weren't... I say we because I'm second wave, but there wasn't an understanding too much of like how it was basically boiling down to a combination of like culture worship and like emulation of really bad stereotypes. The thing I was going to say, weirdly, that made me more self-aware of like, and maybe more critical of the media that I was viewing and how it was representing stuff, was the hyper over-dramatized Bruce Lee biopic, which I want to say was called like, what was it called? It wasn't Into the Dragon. Oh, just Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. And there's a fascinating scene in that where they go to the movies, and it's one of the Audrey Hepburn films. And in it, there is a scene where they have their generic, nondescript landlord from Asia, who is just every awful stereotype squished up into one. And it's a great scene where the whole audience is laughing, and our main man, Mr. Ass Kicker himself, is sitting there being like, this isn't funny. What the shit? And I know it's a small thing, but it was just, it put a little like crumb of critical thinking in my noggin. Well, here's the thing, it's like, as a young teen, I was a fucking massive weeb. I still have so much knowledge about, you know, Sengoku Jidai era Japan and shit like that that just came from that kind of like culture worship without self-critical nonsense. So yeah, this is definitely coming from that time. I would also say that, like, if we went over to play Oni after this, that doesn't do as much, but it was a much smaller... Oni was a much smaller budget and a much more weirdly focused game that was trying to do, like, directly Ghost in the Shell without the license. Aeon, I've not actually been out to Japan. Life's just not really... life's not really shook out that way yet. I actually have some friendos who are going to be staying out there for a few months because it's cheaper than living in the US. And I'm like, fuck, that's a mood. Tier 7? Nah. You ain't going to get rid of me that easy. Whoa, Legend, it's simultaneously that things in the US are difficult, but also that things in Japan are super cheap comparable. Like, apparently the yen's taken a bit of a nosedive this year. So, like, this was the year to go out to Japan. Sadly, I didn't get out. I didn't realize the giant moving Gundam was only temporary, so I didn't get to. Oh yeah, Eon. It's what I have been told by so many good friends is, like, try and get out of Tokyo, Maine, as easy as it is to spend all your time there. Anyway. Come on. Okay, well, this didn't help at all, but still got some more missiles. Oh, actually worked out nicely enough, fairly. I'm gonna save it again, because if I have to do that again, I will scream.
Coming!
I also think there's one more character we find in this.
I can't leave without my buddy
Something's over there. I'll be right there. Check that out.
Okay, so...
Fine. I'll wait here.
Okay, Superfly, where are you, buddy? No, he's back at the start! No! Swear to fucking God, Superfly. Why couldn't you just stay with the team? Huh? This fucking game. What happened to Will? He died. What do you mean he died? He died. As soon as you hear Superfly snarking at me, it means we're making some headway. I think he was supposed to be following us early on.
I'm on my way.
Got stuck behind the fucking door! Alright.
I'm on my way.
Come on, me. Don't dully.
I'm on my way.
Are you?
Chill, dude, I'm coming.
I thought he was gonna keep climbing there.
Chill, dude, I'm coming.
You know what this is? This is
Chill, dude,
payback.
I'm coming.
This is payback for every time I was shithoused and somebody else had to look after me. For every time that someone had to wrangle a drunk
Chill, dude,
Will
I'm coming.
from one pub to another.
I'm on my way. Chill, dude, I'm coming. I'll be there in a sec.
This is why this was a game for Slugfest, because this is a game that hurts
I'm on
a
my
person.
way. I'm on my way.
But here's the thing, I can't bear a grudge, right? Because they really were trying to do something different from everybody
I'm
else.
on my way.
Zenro says, my brain is Slugfest. It's a different event.
I'm on my way.
Alright, we're here. Whoa! I left with my buddy Superfly Johnson. Don't even fucking try. You'll don't know what I've gone through to get here.
Hero.
I must use the magical heal ray. Okay.
Your wish is not my command. I'll be right there.
Okay. Is everybody together? Okay. I'm just gonna fucking save it again. God, it is 9 o'clock at night. We've been at this for 4 hours, I want to say. If the Waffle Fest was 2 hours today, it's been 4 hours of this. We still do not have the Katana of Daikatana. And here's the thing. Nar Shaddaa was good. The shit you go through where you get to be basically like a darker, edgier Han Solo at the beginning of Jedi Knight is fucking good. And then you find out your dad's been a secret Jedi and has a cool fucking lightsaber stash in your house. Oh, and Geographic, did I say hello? when you came on in. Watto and welcome. I hope I did. And Verdant Flow, that is fucking fascinating. Evil Geek, I assume you were talking about the Guyver 2 that had young David Hayter in. Back when being on Twitter was something good, and verification was handy, I almost managed to get David Hayter on the show. Almost. But it was a different time, my friends. Now, there's naught but darkness out there. Everything has been lost to time. Violence. I will say, at least after that last section, I feel I have definitely earned my keep today. Honestly, you know what, Angel Clean, what I want to get for these two?
Skull cracking time!
I want to get that thing that they take kids on field trips, where it's like a long line and everyone has a handle. I want to get one of those.
We'll stay here.
You fucking better. You are energized by the golden soul. Fuck that. He fell down, I guess a computer shaft?
You like pushing me around?
Push off a bloody cliff while I was allowed.
Consider it mine. Interesting.
So one of the things that was kind of curious about this is, assuming these two characters didn't absolutely... If dealing with them wasn't like pulling fucking teeth, there was some interesting stuff about this, like getting them to actually pick up their own weapons and to grab their own armor.
What is happening?
So this idea that you're not just managing your resources, you're playing well enough that you then have extra resources available for them. Yeah, that's a good point. What the fuck is happening? Get it open!
Hey, watch where you're going.
Oh, I guess I do have to go do the green sludge drop, I guess. Yeah, Bacon, get 2 toddler harnesses. Parkour! Alright, not the plan. Alright. Oh! Alright, how's that for fucking cool? Oh wait, did I fuck up? I feel like I fucked up. Indeed, Fred, Battletech does come with enhanced imaging, and remember, when it's laser time, put on the 3D shades. What's master? It's just a game that makes you say, what am I doing with my life? No. It's fine, I'm going through my Joker era. You can sit in this fucking acid, you can think about what you've done, hero. What you've done to me! Zenro, it is cruel. But look me in the eyes and tell me it's unwarranted. Look me in the eyes and tell me this isn't fair. know how I got these scars. Oh, and now Superfly has a buddy. Absolutely no fucks given. I don't know what that little droid is, but I want to make friends with it. He's like a little buddy.
Consider it mine. I'll tear it down immediately.
Hero just got his ass capped. What do we do now?
Okay, so the ice gun is the BFG, but it's basically like the fucking void bomb we were using yesterday. At least Superfly noticed I was gone. Let's try using it. Not gonna lie, kind of fun.
I'll get it.
Ah! I exploded several
I got this
rats.
one.
Ludicrous amount of gibs. That's what I need to do. So you two, wait here.
Stop pushing me around.
Wait! Run! Run!
That's your ass, lady.
Ah! Don't even worry about it. Now, let's see how it turned out.
Consider it mine.
Those voice lines are not good.
We'll stay here.
Okay, so it does feel like this is the way we're supposed to go, right? But it's just that weird... I don't see another way we're supposed to be. Don't worry about it. Alright, so that's how we dropped in. Come around here. Here. I don't see any openings or what have you. Oh, it's not going round in a loop. It's doing like a little adventure. Oh, all I had to do was stay on. Oh, no, that's wrong. Then it goes down into the bad sludge. Oh, of course. Oh, I love this for us! You'll notice that all of the intelligent points we made 4 hours ago have all fallen away. Where are we? What are we doing? What's happening? I don't know. None of this makes any fucking sense. What even is this base anymore? Come on, Chucklefuss.
Not a chance. You
too, Superfly. Like, even the fucking Umbrella Corp architects would look at this place and go, you know what, that's just too much.
Watch your back!
That did not go according to plan.
Man. Watch where you going.
This is why we have friendly fire turned off.
There are defense systems everywhere, so watch your step.
Shut up, dude. Just shut the fuck up.
This looks like it might be the place.
When you sleep, I'm peeing in your shoes. Call me spiteful. Call me spiteful rescue cat, because I'm gonna get mine. Oh, I like how the Tesla coil is playing the soundtrack. Why?
Goodbye, hero.
Fuck! Okay, friends. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Daikatana wins. Daikatana fucking wins. Because, and check this out, that's where we would have to start again. You win, Daikatana. You fucking win. I give up. We've talked a lot about the Soulsian games and how they love showing you what's going to fuck you up. And then you die from it and you're like, well, there's no way I could have known that. That was I stepped onto the floor and it was like, just kidding, believe in lightning. You know what, Ozine? You're right. At least someone will miss us when we're gone. We didn't even get to the katana of Daikatana. 4 hours! 4 hours! I can't keep going. I can't keep going. I can't keep going. There we go. Smooth jams. I feel bad. The whole point of Slugfest is for me to test my mental capacities, and I feel like I'm tapping out real fucking early on this one. Right. Where there's a will, there's a man having a small breakdown. The depth of game design in Daikatana is beyond Will's comprehension. Honestly, I cannot wait to tear into 2 Human this weekend. Because here's the thing. It's not just frustration at the game, it's frustration at knowing that there was a heart and a core to this, right? I honestly feel like with Duke Nukem Forever, at the end of it, they just wanted it fucking gone. Like, Gearbox swept in at the end and were like, we'll pick it up and publish it, saw what was left and went, fuck it, we'll just do this, right? But this was a struggle and a slog, and they really, you can feel they wanted to do something different, something else. You know, this would have been like genre defining in like 1996, 97. But it didn't come out in 97, it came out in 2000. And it was entirely based, hang on, let's go to main screen, talk about. Okay, fuck you, game. As an industry, I'm so glad we put this shit to bed. Can't take much more of this hardcore action, huh? Gotta run like a little baby and go to bed. Sir, you just hurt me for 4 hours. I'm not the child for leaving. I feel like I'm getting out of an abusive relationship. Don't yell at me like I'm a wussy baby man for getting out of this cycle of pain and destruction. I'm very glad our industry has grown up a lot since here. And I'm trying to end this on a positive note, right? Because one of the things you can do with this game is you can actually just remove the AI. You can just turn them off. And in that regard, it becomes a kind of interesting run-and-gun shooty game. Like, you all saw Gunman Chronicles. You know, this isn't too dissimilar from that. Well, with Gunman, the hook was that every weapon was multifunction. The overall thematics and themes are, they're so-so. But that one, you know, it was going for an old school style shooter, and again, the crux was you get to drive and shoot a tank, and every weapon does something weird. So you had like the assault rifle that's like slow firing but accurate. But if you want to, you can turn it into a minigun where it's loading the bullets in the underbarrel and firing super fucking quick, but it's inaccurate. It looks weird and sci-fi. With this, yes, everything was sci-fi, but it just makes me kind of go, you know? All the sci-fi-ness of this, it just felt like we were fighting against it. Does that make a weird sense? You know, I don't want a shotgun that shoots 6 shells every time with no choice not to. Because if I misfire, I feel like I'm waiting through the war and peace of reloads. Anyway, I will say that we got through it. It's friggin' Daikatana. We did 4 hours in game. And I will say, friends, if this is something you want us to come back to, we can talk about that. We can have a discussion. A Tale of Two Barrels. Well, it was interesting when the whole craze of alt-fire started. Fuck. Who was it that first did alt-fire? I want to say it was Unreal, right? But, like, I thought Half-Life was a really good example of that, of how there was 2 ways to use every weapon, but later on, as the weapons got more sci-fi and over the top, those alt-fire modes became more pronounced. You know, when you start it, you have a crowbar, you have heavy swing, and then you have quick swing, which is just wild flailing. Then you have the pistol, single shots, and then panic firing, where you just fucking hip fire like there's no tomorrow. That was cool. But then later on, you know, the MP5 had a grenade launcher, the sci-fi gun had a spool-up coil that you could pre-spool. I think it was really fucking, that was rad. And again, because this started development before a lot of these ideas came forward, and the swapping an engine, putting them so far on the back foot in terms of development, like, I'm sure they all would have loved the chance to fuck around with that stuff, you know? I just realized I can put the lizard here so you can see him. You can see the chunky he might be too big. Oh, yeah. I think he's too big for the shelf. There we go, that works. And yeah, Varbles, I'm sorry, we didn't even get to the katana of Daikatana. But it was that or... Okay, so Aeon is suggesting that actually Marathon in 94 or Pathways to Darkness in 93 might be the first time we had alt-fire. I'm going to have to Google Pathways to Darkness. Oh shit, yeah. God. Oh yes, this was the one before Marathon. No, good shout. Again, usually I'm not as fussed on the timeline of like feature implementation when it comes to like shooters and stuff like that, but I think for this it does matter, just because with Daikatana it was meant to step to a certain era of video games, and during its development the industry took a huge leap forward. Like, ultimately the RPG features and pathing for the two side characters just ends up being the crux of the game. The game ends up being about babysitting these two very obnoxious idiots. And so you don't really get to revel in the bits of the game that slap. Later on, there's a section, especially when you get to Greece, where you get... It's you, the Daikatana, and those two are fucking nowhere to be seen. And you get to just be like, yeah! Like, you get to live. And it's fucking brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. And I guess that's what I wanted to talk about today. And I think through the frustration and the incredible Superfly quotes, like, I don't know if I scratched to it, you know? When we think about now about game failures, like, or games that failed, a lot of them didn't fail because they were trying to do fresh, original things. They failed because they had a very, very broken or difficult launch. You know what I mean? This is closer to... I want to say things like Brutal Legend. We Happy Few, right? Games that ended up being a very different experience than what they were pushing. And that experience is incredibly frustrating. And I feel bad for tapping out, like... I hope this isn't cowardice considering Slugfest as a go. But there will be sneaking streams, there is going to be hot pepper games, and you all get to pick a game. You could make me play this for a whole ass other day if you wanted. But thankfully there is plenty of Slugfest between me and Sexy Roman Outfit. Okay. So, friends, Longshipians, Legends and Heroes. That's Slugfest Day 2. Not too fucking shabby. I'm just looking to see where we can head after this. Forgot to say criminals. You lot were very, I don't say well behaved, but considering the chaos of the last few days, and considering how much I had, like, over-energized crazy eyes today, you lot were really well behaved. God. One thing I will say though, friends, is I don't know if I did a good enough job talking about the history of shooters today. If you'd like to go into it, I cannot recommend enough. Over on YouTube, Errant Signals, Children of Doom. I know it's a lot of videos, but holy crap. The one on 1990, is it 96 or 97? Is just phenomenal. It's phenomenal. If I feel bad, Lizzie's gonna bop me with a rolled up newspaper. It's alright. I think I can scurry away before they can hit me. And hey, we were the #1 Daikatana stream on twitch.tv today. Not a lot of people can say that. trying to think where to go next. Just seeing where my my friendos are at right now. God, is that? Okay. Whew, yeah, no, I've definitely hit the wall. But because there's not a lot of people who want to say that. Hey, I'm doing it. And I will say that Nick was pointing out earlier in the day just how many technological marvels were in this. Like, it might not have been good, but Daikatana was definitely striving for greatness, and that's not something you achieve by, you know, playing it safe and doing the same thing that everyone's always done. I don't know. We didn't even talk about the fucking marketing today. I guess we talked about it last night, but at no point did we discuss how the marketing team put out John Romero's gonna make you his bitch, and how much damage that campaign ended up doing. I guess we did talk about it yesterday, so it wasn't like we haven't. No, we've discussed it during Slugfest. I am disappointed that no one's done a so-and-so's gonna make you his lich as a marketing campaign. But then again, you know, I talked about Daikatana to one of my neighbours this morning, and they were like, yeah, no, I was born in the 2000s. Just like, ah! How old are you? 23? Ah! I'm so old! Don't pick on Grandpa, he's not ready! Right, Vern Flo? Fucking right. Okay. So, as I said, that is it from me, friends. I'm going to roll credits in just a second. Thank you so much for an excellent day 2 of Slugfest. Tomorrow's going to be less torturous and more weird. Tomorrow we are doing click holding with Twitch integration. And depending on how quickly we get through that, you lot will be able to vote if we return to Rain World or if we return to Daikatana. It will be open to vote. I have no idea what Twitch integration click holding is. I've not looked it up, but I think it's going to be very unique. I do need to say my thank yous because despite the fact that I thought you were all tuckered out yesterday, there were some huge fucking donations today. And every time I look over, there's a different variation of 6969. So, let's do that. Before what little brain power I have left over from the day leaks away from my ears. Remember, seriously, these last 2 days have been fucking unheard of. You lot have put in so much. I asked you all for help, and you've gone already above and beyond. So, thank you. To Pun Spectre, Vanderbeest, Novalis, Ehrman, Holy Bus Crusader, Baron von Sheepington III, The Romero. When did he get a sub? J-Post, My Buddy Superfly, and No Way Jose. Whether you were celebrating 6 years of subs or were gifted one, fucking thank you. To Jamami, Confused Number String, Bacon Avenger, Ludo History, and Jackie Foxbar. We beasted goal 4, which I did not think was going to happen, and now we are on 5, and I am very confused and very grateful. To Ehrman, Akira Zero, Dustin Your Eyes, Scotty, Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeest, Jamami, Shitaru, Fearless Sun, Pun Spectre, Asari Green Fire, and Nick. All of you, thank you as well. This is on top of everything that you lot donated. You're still throwing in bits. Fucking thank you. To Caffeine, Lizzie T. Powell, and also Rhymes and Moose, who's very good at hiding. Thank you for being the best mods. And to the Gravity Queen, who brought in a raid despite knowing that it was Daikatana. Thank you, you fucking legend. But no, just one more time. I did not expect that Slugfest would have gone this well, and it's only day 2. I genuinely thought we were going to struggle for second goal. And I don't know how I'm going to process this week once it's over. But what I will say is, all of you, thank you so fucking much. You know? I think today was good. Like, I think we celebrated games and their history as much as we were cursed by it. You know? Like... This was a good day. Fucking Superfly hurt me. This was a good day. Sorry, I guess it's something I'm going to be struggling with a lot this week is just, like, how do you put into words how fucking amazing you lot are? I'm just the pilot of this giant robot. You'll keep the whole thing fucking going. Thank you. I'm just failing at words, alright? Aeon, gazing at the decrepit picture of himself in the basement. No, you fool! You're not supposed to look at it! You fool. Okay. Well, that's wrestling, so no. Okay, so here is what I can offer you, friends. If we want to keep the whole Japanese theme going, but want to do something a little better, one friendo is playing Ghostwire Tokyo. One friendo is playing Peglin, the What If Peggle but roguelike, and one friendo is playing a game called 33 Immortals, which is the 33-player, like, Hades-like Diablo-y game. Like, what of those hits your fancy? What of those sings to you, dear friends? And while they're choosing, to all of you watching along on VODs and whatnot, I hope you also had a fucking good time. It must be very strange on days like today where everything's popping off so much, watching it, you know, in the past. I'm coming to you literally from the future. It's gotta be wild. But thank you all. Like, both elements of the past and elements of the future. That's you lot. Sorry, I've been listening to a lot of Mighty Boosh songs today. No, all I was going to say is, like, to everybody, thank you. Man, this feels like some anime post-end credit scene. So yeah, you friendos have any thoughts on where you want to go next? Ghostwire, Peglin, or 33 Immortals? Okay, I can surprise you. I can surprise you. Got some few This is what's so hard is, like, these are all friendos. Oh, Aeon, thank you for saying. As much as this shit fucked me up, and I will be angry at Superfly forever, I had a good time. I really did. See, I was going to throw you over to this Ghostwire Tokyo stream, but it looks like they've kind of hit it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to pass you over to Falcon. Falcon's playing Peglin. They're fucking good at it. They are someone who is not going to be overtly ha-ha! And there certainly won't be any spoilers. What are the spoilers for a Peggle like? I don't want to alarm you, but sometimes the ball falls down. can't believe you've done this, Will, you bastard. Friends, just fucking thank you, alright? Not just for today, but for everything. You glorious mother hobbits. Thank you for giving me the tools and, like, let's be honest, just the straight up fucking cash to keep doing this, to keep being here. Like, I know I'm not great at phrasing how this all happens. I just feel it, you know? I fucking feel it. Feel it. Okay. Yeah, Kakazi, I meant that as a bit, and then I ruined all of Peggle. I'm so sorry. The unicorn did it. That's the ending to Peggle 1. Oh no, I did it again! Oh, cool blimey, governor! What madness have I wrought? What is wrong with me? Alright. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow for click holding and whatever the feck else we decide. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Go say hi to Falcon. To be continued. I don't have anything to cheers you with. Ah, I have failed you! No!